Section 13 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 3 by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of Coaches. It is very easy to verify that great authors, when they write of causes, not only make use of those they think to be the true causes, but also of those they believe not to be so, provided they have in them some beauty and invention. They speak true and usefully enough, if it be ingeniously. We cannot make ourselves sure of the supreme cause, and therefore crowd a great many together, to see if it may not accidentally be amongst them. Namque unum dicere casam non satis est, verdum plures, unde una tamen sit. Lucretius 6:704. Do you ask me, whence comes the custom of blessing those who sneeze? We break wind 3 several ways. That which sallies from below is too filthy. That which breaks out from the mouth carries with it some reproach of gluttony. The third is sneezing, which, because it proceeds from the head, and is without offence, we give it this civil reception. Do not laugh at this distinction. They say 'tis Aristotle's. I think I have seen in Plutarch, who of all the authors I know is he who has best mixed art with nature, and judgment with knowledge, his giving as a reason for the rising of the stomach in those who are at sea, that it is occasioned by fear. Having first found out some reason by which he proves that fear may produce such an effect, I, who am very subject to it, know well that this cause concerns not me, and I know it not by argument, but by necessary experience. Without instancing what has been told me, that the same thing often happens in beasts, especially hogs, who are out of all apprehension of danger, and what an acquaintance of mine told me of himself, that though very subject to it, the disposition to vomit has 3 or 4 times gone off him, being very afraid in a violent storm, as it happened to that ancient. Peius vexabar, quamut periculum mihi succurret. Seneca, Epistolae 53:2. I was never afraid upon the water, nor indeed in any other peril, and I have had enough before my eyes that would have sufficed, if death be won, so as to be astounded to lose my judgment. Fear springs sometimes as much from want of judgment as from want of courage. All the dangers I have been in I have looked upon without winking, with an open, sound, and entire sight. And indeed, a man must have courage to fear. It formerly served me better than other help, so to order and regulate my retreat that it was, if not without fear, nevertheless without affright and astonishment. It was agitated, indeed, but not amazed or stupefied. Great souls go yet much further, and present to us flights not only steady and temperate, but moreover lofty. Let us make a relation of that which Alcibiades reports of Socrates, his fellow in arms. I found him, says he, after the rout of our army, him and Laches, last among those who fled, and considered him at my leisure and in security, for I was mounted on a good horse, and he on foot, as he had fought. I took notice, in the first place, how much judgment and resolution he showed, in comparison of Laches, and then the bravery of his march, nothing different from his ordinary gait. His sight firm and regular, considering and judging what passed about him, looking one while upon those, and then upon others, friends and enemies, after such a manner as encouraged those, and signified to the others, that he would sell his life dear to any one who should attempt to take it from him. And so they came off. For people are not willing to attack such kind of men, but pursue those they see are in a fright. That is the testimony of this great captain, which teaches us, what we every day experience, that nothing so much throws us into dangers as an inconsiderate eagerness of getting ourselves clear of them. Quo timoris minus est, eo minus ferme periculi est. When there is least to fear, there is for the most part least danger. Livy 22:5. Our people are to blame who say that such an one is afraid of death, when they would express that he thinks of it and foresees it. Foresight is equally convenient in what concerns us, whether good or ill. To consider and judge of danger is, in some sort, the reverse to being astounded. I do not find myself strong enough to sustain the force and impetuosity of this passion of fear, nor of any other vehement passion whatever. If I was once conquered and beaten down by it, I should never rise again very sound. Whoever should once make my soul lose her footing would never set her upright again. She retastes and researches herself too profoundly, and too much to the quick, and therefore would never let the wound she had received heal and cicatrize. It has been well for me that no sickness has yet discomposed her. At every charge made upon me, I preserve my utmost opposition and defence, by which means the first that should rout me would keep me from ever rallying again. I have no after-game to play. On which side soever the inundation breaks my banks, I lie open, and am drowned without remedy. Epicurus says that a wise man can never become a fool. I have an opinion reversed of this sentence, which is, that he who has once been a very fool will never after be very wise. God grants me cold according to my cloth, and passions proportionable to the means I have to withstand them. Nature, having laid me open on the one side, has covered me on the other. Having disarmed me of strength, she has armed me with insensibility, and an apprehension that is regular, or, if you will, dull. I cannot now long endure, and when I was young could much less, either coach, litter, or boat, and hate all other riding but on horseback, both in town and country. But I can bear a litter worse than a coach, and by the same reason a rough agitation upon the water, whence fear is produced, better than the motions of a calm. At the little jerks of oars stealing the vessel from under us, I find, I know not how, both my head and my stomach disordered. Neither can I endure to sit upon a tottering chair. When the sail or current carries us equally, or that we are towed, the equal agitation does not disturb me at all. 'Tis an interrupted motion that offends me, and most of all when most slow. I cannot otherwise express it. The physicians have ordered me to squeeze and gird myself about the bottom of the belly with a napkin to remedy this evil, which, however, I have not tried, being accustomed to wrestle with my own defects and overcome them myself. Would my memory serve me, I should not think my time ill spent in setting down here the infinite variety that history presents to us of the use of chariots in the surface of war, various according to the nations and according to the age, in my opinion, of great necessity and effect, so that it is a wonder that we have lost all knowledge of them. I will only say this, that very lately, in our father's time, The Hungarians made very advantageous use of them against the Turks, having in every one of them a targeter and a musketeer, and a number of harquebuses applied ready and loaded, and all covered with a palisade like a galliot. They formed the front of their battle with 3,000 such coaches, and after the cannon had played them, made them all pour in their shot upon the enemy, who had to swallow that volley before they tasted of the rest, which was no little advance. And that done, these chariots charged into their squadrons to break them and open a way for the rest. Besides the use they might make of them to flank the soldiers in a place of danger when marching to the field, or to cover a post and fortify it in haste. In my time, a gentleman on one of our frontiers, unwieldy of body, and finding no horse able to carry his weight, having a quarrel, rode through the country in a chariot of this fashion, and found great convenience in it. But let us leave these chariots of war. As if their effeminacy had not been sufficiently known by better proofs, the last kings of our first race travelled in a chariot drawn by 4 oxen. Mark Antony was the first at Rome who caused himself to be drawn in a coach by lions, and a singing wench with him. Heliogabalus did since as much, calling himself Cybele, the mother of the gods, and also drawn by tigers, taking upon him the person of the god Bacchus. He also sometimes harnessed 2 stags to his coach, another time 4 dogs, and another 4 naked wenches, causing himself to be drawn by them in pomp, stark naked too. The Emperor Firmus caused his chariot to be drawn by ostriches of a prodigious size, so that it seemed rather to fly than roll. The strangeness of these inventions puts this other fancy in my head, that it is a kind of pusillanimity in monarchs, and a testimony that they do not sufficiently understand themselves what they are, when they study to make themselves honored and to appear great by excessive expense. It were indeed excusable in a foreign country, but amongst their own subjects, where they are in sovereign command and may do what they please, it derogates from their dignity the most supreme degree of honor to which they can arrive, just as, methinks, it is superfluous in a private gentleman to go finely dressed at home. His house, his attendants, and his kitchen sufficiently answer for him. The advance that Isocrates gives his king seems to be grounded upon reason, that he should be splendid in plate and furniture, forasmuch as it is an expense of duration that devolves on his successors, and that he should avoid all magnificences that will in a short time be forgotten. I loved to go fine when I was a younger brother, for want of other ornament, and it became me well. There are some upon whom their rich clothes weep. We have strange stories of the frugality of our kings about their own persons and in their gifts, kings who were great in reputation, valor, and fortune. Demosthenes vehemently opposes the law of his city that assigned the public money for the pomp of their public plays and festivals. He would that their greatness should be seen in numbers of ships well equipped, and good armies well provided for, and there's good reason to condemn Theophrastus, who in his book on riches establishes a contrary opinion, and maintains that sort of expense to be the true fruit of abundance. They are delights, says Aristotle, that only please the baser sort of the people, and that vanish from the memory as soon as the people are sated with them, and for which no serious and judicious man can have any esteem. This money would, in my opinion, be much more royally, as more profitably, justly and durably, laid out in ports, havens, walls, and fortifications, in sumptuous buildings, churches, hospitals, colleges, the reforming of streets and highways, wherein Pope Gregory XIII will leave a laudable memory to future times, and wherein our Queen Catherine would to long posterity manifest her natural liberality and munificence, did her means supply her affection. Fortune has done me a great despite in interrupting the noble structure of the Pont Neuf of our great city, and depriving me of the hope of seeing it finished before I die. Moreover, it seems to subjects who are spectators of these triumphs that their own riches are exposed before them, and that they are entertained at their own expense. For the people are apt to presume of kings, as we do of our servants, that they are to take care to provide us all things necessary in abundance, but not touch it themselves. And therefore the Emperor Galba, being pleased with a musician who played to him at supper, called for his money-box and gave him a handful of crowns that he took out of it with these words, "This is not the public money, but my own." Yet it so falls out that the people, for the most part, have reason on their side, and that the princes feed their eyes with what they have need of to feed their bellies. Liberality itself is not in its true lustre in a sovereign hand. Private men have therein the most right, for, to take it exactly, a king has nothing properly his own. He owes himself to others. Authority is not given in favor of the magistrate, but of the people. A superior is never made so for his own profit, but for the profit of the inferior, and a physician for the sick person, and not for himself. All magistracy, as well as all art, has its end out of itself, wherefore the tutors of young princes, who make it their business to impart in them this virtue of liberality, and preach to them to deny nothing, and to think nothing so well spent as what they give, a doctrine that I have known in great credit in my time, either have more particular regard to their own profit than to that of their master, or ill understand to whom they speak. It is too easy a thing to inculcate liberality on him who has as much as he will to practice it with at the expense of others, and the estimate not being proportioned to the measure of the gift, but to the measure of the means of him who gives it, it comes to nothing in so mighty hands. They find themselves prodigal before they can be reputed liberal, and it is but a little recommendation in comparison with other royal virtues, and the only one, as the tyrant Dionysius said, that suits well with tyranny itself. I should rather teach him this verse of the ancient laborer: he must scatter it abroad, and not lay it on a heap in one place, and that, seeing he is to give, or to say better, to pay and restore to so many people according as they have deserved, he ought to be a loyal and discreet disposer. If the liberality of a prince be without measure or discretion, I had rather he were covetous. Royal virtue seems most to consist in justice, and of all the parts of justice that best denotes a king which accompanies liberality, for this they have particularly reserved to be performed by themselves, whereas all other sorts of justice they remit to the administration of others. And immoderate bounty is a very weak means to acquire for them good will. It checks more people than it allures. Quo in plures usus sis, minus in multos uti possus. Quid autem est stultius quam quod libenter facias curare ut id diutius facere non possus. By how much more you use it to many, by so much less you will be in a capacity to use it to many more. And what greater folly can there be than to order it so that what you would willingly do you cannot do longer? Cicero de Officiis 2:15. And if it be conferred without due respect of merit, it puts him out of countenance who receives it, and is received ungraciously. Tyrants have been sacrificed to the hatred of the people by the hands of those very men they had unjustly advanced. Such kind of men as buffoons, panders, fiddlers, and such ragamuffins, thinking to assure to themselves the possession of benefits unduly received, if they manifest to have him in hatred and disdain of whom they hold them, and in this associate themselves to the common judgment and opinion. The subjects of a prince excessive in gifts grow excessive in asking, and regulate their demands not by reason, but by example. We have seriously very often reason to blush at our own impudence. We are overpaid, according to justice, when the recompense equals our service. For do we owe nothing of natural obligation to our princes? If he bear our charges, he does too much. 'Tis enough that he contribute to them. The overplus is called benefit, which cannot be exacted, for the very name liberality sounds of liberty. In our fashion it is never done. We never reckon what we have received. We are only for the future liberality. Wherefore, the more a prince exhausts himself in giving, the poorer he grows in friends. How should he satisfy immoderate desires that still increase as they are fulfilled? He who has his thoughts upon taking never thinks of what he has taken. Covetousness has nothing so properly and so much its own as ingratitude. The example of Cyrus will not do amiss in this place to serve the kings of these times for a touchstone, to know whether their gifts are well or ill bestowed, and to see how much better that emperor conferred them than they do, by which means they are reduced to borrow of unknown subjects, and rather of them whom they have wronged than of them on whom they have conferred their benefits, and so receive aids wherein there is nothing of gratuitous but the name. Croesus reproached him with his bounty, and cast up to how much his treasure would amount if he had been a little closer-handed. He had a mind to justify his liberality, and therefore sent dispatches into all parts of the grandees of his dominions, whom he had particularly advanced, entreating every one of them to supply him with as much money as they could for a pressing occasion, and to send him particulars of what each could advance. When all these answers were brought to him, every one of his friends, not thinking it enough barely to offer him so much as he had received from his bounty, and adding to it a great deal of his own, it appeared that the sum amounted to a great deal more than Croesus' reckoning. Whereupon Cyrus, I am not, said he, less in love with riches than other princes, but rather a better husband. You see with how small a venture I have acquired the inestimable treasure of so many friends, and how much more faithful treasurers they are to me than mercenary men, without obligation, without affection, and my money better laid up than in chests, bringing upon me the hatred, envy, and contempt of other princes. The emperors excused the superfluity of their plays and public spectacles, by reason that their authority in some sort, at least in outward appearance, depended upon the will of the people of Rome, who, time out of mind, had been accustomed to be entertained and caressed with such shows and excesses. But they were private citizens, who had nourished this custom to gratify their fellow citizens and companions, and chiefly out of their own purses, by such profusion and magnificence, it had quite another taste when the masters came to imitate it. Pecuniarum translatio a justis dominis ad alienos non debet liberalis videri. Cicero de Officiis 1:14. Philip, seeing that his son went about by presents to gain the affection of the Macedonians, reprimanded him in a letter after this manner. What? Hast thou a mind that thy subjects shall look upon thee as their cash-keeper, and not as their king? Wilt thou tamper with them to win their affections? Do it, then, by the benefits of thy virtue, and not by those of thy chest. And yet it was, doubtless, a fine thing to bring and plant within the amphitheatre a great number of vast trees, with all their branches and their full verdure, representing a great shady forest, disposed in excellent order, and the first 1,000 fallow deer to be killed and disposed of by the people, the next day to cause 100 great lions, 100 leopards, and 300 bears to be killed in his presence, and for the third day to make 300 pair of gladiators fight it out to the last, as the Emperor Probus did. It was also very fine to see those vast amphitheatres, all faced with marble without, curiously wrought with figures and statues, and within glittering with rare enrichments. Baltheus ein, gemis, ein illite porticibus auro. Calpurnius Eclogues 7:47. All the sides of this vast space filled and environed from the bottom to the top with 3 or 4 score rows of seats, all of marble also, and covered with cushions. Exiat inquit si pudor est, et de pulvino surgat equestri, cuius res legi non sufficit. Let him go out, he said, if he has any sense of shame, and rise from the equestrian cushion, whose estate does not satisfy the law. Juvenal 3:153. Where 100,000 men might sit at their ease, and the place below, where the games were played, to make it, by art, first open and cleave in chasms, representing caves that vomited out the beasts designed for the spectacle, and then, secondly, to be overflowed by a deep sea, full of sea monsters, and laden with ships of war, to represent a naval battle, and thirdly, to make it dry and even again for the combat of the gladiators, and for the fourth scene, to have it strewn with vermilion grain and store-racks, instead of sand, there to make a solemn feast for all that infinite number of people, the last act of one only day. Quoties nos descendentis arenae vidimus in partes, ruptaque voragine terrae emersis eferas, et eistem saepe latebris aurea cum crocio creverunt arbuta libro. Non solum nobis silvestria cernere monstra contigit, Aequarios ego cum certantibus ursis spectavi vitulos, et a quorum nomine dignum, sed deforme pecus, quod in illo nascitur omni. How often have we seen the stage of the theatre descend and part asunder, and from a chasm in the earth wild beasts emerge, and then presently give birth to a grove of gilded trees that put forth blossoms of enamelled flowers. Nor yet of sylvan marvels alone had we sight. I saw sea-cows fight with bears, and a deformed sort of cattle we might call sea-horses. Calpurnius Eclogues 7:64. Sometimes they made a high mountain advance itself, covered with fruit trees and other leafy trees, sending down rivulets of water from the top, as from the mouth of a fountain. Other whiles a great ship was seen to come rolling in, which opened and divided of itself, and after having disgorged from the hold 400 or 500 beasts for fight, closed again and vanished without help. At other times from the floor of this place they made spouts of perfumed water dart from their streams upward, and so high as to sprinkle all that infinite multitude. To defend themselves from the injuries of the weather, they had that vast place one while covered over with purple curtains of needlework, and by with silk of one or another colour, which they drew off or on in a moment, as they had a mind. Quam vis non modico colliant spectacula sole, vela reducuntur cum venit Hermogenes. The curtains, though the sun should scorch the spectators, are drawn in when Hermogenes appears, Marshall 12:29-15. The network also that was set before the people to defend them from violence of these turned-out beasts was woven of gold. Auro quoque torta refulgent radia. The woven nets are refulgent with gold. Calpurnius ubi supra. If there be anything excusable in such excesses as these, it is where the novelty and invention create more wonder than the expense. Even in these vanities we discover how fertile those ages were in other kind of wits than those of ours. It is with this sort of fertility as with all other products of nature. Not that she there and then employed her utmost force. We do not go. We rather run up and down and whirl this way and that. We turn back the way we came. I am afraid our knowledge is weak in all senses. We neither see far forward nor far backward. Our understanding comprehends little, and lives but a little while. 'Tis short both in extent of time and extent of matter. Vixere fortes ant Agamemnon multi, sed omnes il lacrimabiles urgentur, ignotique longa nocte. Many brave men lived before Agamemnon, but all are pressed by the long night, unmourned and unknown. Horace, Odes 4:9-25. Et super bellum Thebanum et funera Troiae non alias alii quoque res cecenere poetae. Why, before the Theban war and the destruction of Troy, have not other poets sung other events? Lucretius 5:3-27. And the narratives of Solon, of what he had learned from the Egyptian priests, touching the long life of their estate, and their manner of learning and preserving foreign histories, is not, methinks, a testimony to be refused in this consideration. Si interminatam in omnes partes magnitudinem regionum videremus et temporum, in quam se iniciens animus et intendens, ita late longeque peregrinatur, ut nullam oram ultimi videat, in qua posset insistere, in haec immensitate infinita vis innumerabilium appareret atomorum. Could we see on all parts the unlimited magnitude of regions and of times, upon which the mind being intent could wander so far and wide that no limit is to be seen, in which it can bound its eye, we should in that infinite immensity discover an infinite force of innumerable atoms. Though all that has arrived by report of our knowledge of times past should be true, and known by some one person, it would be less than nothing in comparison of what is unknown, and of this same image of the world which glides away whilst we live upon it. How wretched and limited is the knowledge of the most curious, not only of particular events, which fortune often renders exemplary and of great concern, but of the state of great governments and nations. 100 more escape us than ever come to our knowledge. We make a mighty business of the invention of artillery and printing, which other men at other end of the world, in China, had 1,000 years ago. Did we but see as much of the world as we do not see, we should perceive, we may well believe, a perpetual multiplication and vicissitude of forms. There is nothing single and rare in respect of nature, but in respect of our knowledge, which is a wretched foundation whereon to ground our rules, and that represents to us a very false image of things. As we nowadays vainly conclude the declension and decrepitude of the world by the arguments we extract from our own weakness and decay. Iam quadio est affecta aetas effitique telus. Our age is feeble, and the earth less fertile. Lucretius 2:1151. So did he vainly conclude as to its birth and youth by the vigor he observed in the wits of his time, abounding in novelties and the invention of diverse arts. Verum ut opinor habet novitatem summa recensque natura est mundi, neque pridem exordia coipet quaretiam quaedam nunc artes expoliuntur. Nunc etiam augescunt, nunc audita navigiis sunt multa. But, as I am of opinion, the whole of the world is of recent origin, nor had its commencement in remote times. Wherefore it is that some arts are still being refined, and some just on the increase. At present many additions are being made to shipping. Lucretius 5:331. Our world has lately discovered another, and who will assure us that it is the last of its brothers, since the Daimons, the Sibyls, and we ourselves have been ignorant of this till now, as large, well-peopled, and fruitful as this whereon we live, and yet so raw and childish that we are still teaching it its ABC. 'Tis not above 50 years since it knew neither letters, weights, measures, vestments, corn, nor vines. It was then quite naked in the mother's lap, and only lived upon what she gave it. If we rightly conclude of our end, and this poet of the youthfulness of that age of his, that other world will only enter into the light, when this of ours shall make its exit. The universe will fall into paralysis. One member will be useless, the other in vigor. I am very much afraid that we have greatly precipitated its declension and ruin by our contagion, and that we have sold it opinions and our arts at a very dear rate. It was an infant world, and yet we have not whipped and subjected it to our discipline by the advantage of our natural worth and force. Neither have we won it by our justice and goodness, nor subdued it by our magnanimity. Most of their answers, and the negotiations we have had with them, witness that they were nothing behind us in pertinency and clearness of natural understanding. The astonishing magnificence of the cities of Cusco and Mexico, and amongst many other things, the garden of the king, where all the trees, fruits, and plants, according to the order and stature they have in a garden, were excellently formed in gold. As in his cabinet were all the animals bred upon his territory and in its seas, and the beauty of their manufactures, in jewels, feathers, cotton, and painting, gave ample proof that they were as little inferior to us in industry. But as to what concerns devotion, observance of the laws, goodness, liberality, loyalty, and plain dealing, it was of use to us that we had not so much as they, for they have lost, sold, and betrayed themselves by this advantage over us. End of section 13. Reading by Malone. Section 14 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 3 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Coaches. As to boldness and courage, stability, constancy against pain, hunger, and death, I should not fear to oppose the examples I find amongst them to the most famous examples of elder times that we find in our records on this side of the world. Far as to those who subdued them, Take but away the tricks and artifices they practised to gull them, and the just astonishment it was to those nations to see so sudden and unexpected an arrival of men, with beards, differing in language, religion, shape, and countenance, from so remote a part of the world, and where they had never heard there was any habitation, mounted upon great unknown monsters, against those who had not only never seen a horse, but had never seen any other beast trained up to carry a man or other loading. Shelled in a hard and shining skin, with a cutting and glittering weapon in his hand, against them, who, out of wonder at the brightness of a looking-glass or a knife, would exchange great treasures of gold and pearl, and who had neither knowledge nor matter with which, at leisure, they could penetrate our steel, to which may be added the lightning and thunder of our cannon and harquebuses, enough to frighten Caesar himself, if surprised with so little experience, against people naked, except where the invention of a little quilted cotton was in use, without other arms at the most than bows and stones, staves and bucklers of wood, people surprised under colour of friendship and good faith, by the curiosity of seeing strange and unknown things. Take but away, I say, this disparity from the conquerors, and you take away all the occasion of so many victories. When I look upon that in invincible ardour, wherewith so many thousands of men, women, and children so often presented and threw themselves into inevitable dangers for the defence of their gods and liberties, that generous obstinacy to suffer all extremities and difficulties, and death itself, rather than submit to the dominion of those by whom they had been so shamefully abused, and some of them choosing to die of hunger and fasting, being prisoners, rather than to accept of nourishment from the hands of their so basely victorious enemies. I see that whoever would have attacked them upon equal terms of arms, experience, and number, would have had a hard, and peradventure a harder game to play than in any other war we have seen. Why did not so noble a conquest fall under Alexander, or the ancient Greeks and Romans, and so great a revolution and mutation of so many empires and nations fall into hands that would have gently levelled, rooted up, and made plain and smooth whatever was rough and savage amongst them, and that would have cherished and propagated the good seeds that nature had there produced, mixing not only with the culture of land and the ornament of cities, the arts of this part of the world, in what was necessary, but also the Greek and Roman virtues, with those that were original of the country. What a reparation had it been to them, and what a general good to the whole world, had our first examples and deportments in those parts allured those people to the admiration and imitation of virtue, and had begotten betwixt them and us a fraternal society and intelligence. How easy had it been to have made advantage of souls so innocent and so eager to learn, leaving for the most part naturally so good inclinations before. Whereas, on the contrary, we have taken advantage of their ignorance and inexperience with greater ease to incline them to treachery, luxury, avarice, and towards all sorts of inhumanity and cruelty, by the pattern and example of our manners. Whoever enhanced the price of merchandise at such a rate, so many cities levelled with the ground, so many nations exterminated, so many millions of people fallen by the edge of the sword, and the richest and most beautiful part of the world turned upside down, for the traffic of pearl and pepper. Mechanic victories. Never did ambition, never did public animosities engage men against one another in such miserable hostilities, in such miserable calamities. Certain Spaniards, coasting the sea in quest of their mines, landed in a fruitful and pleasant and very well-peopled country, and there made to the inhabitants their accustomed professions, that they were peaceable men, who were come from a very remote country, and sent on the behalf of the King of Castile, the greatest prince of the habitable world, to whom the Pope, God's vicegerent upon earth, had given the principality of all the Indies, that if they would become tributaries to him, they should be very gently and courteously used, at the same time requiring of them victuals for their nourishment, and gold whereof to make some pretended medicine, setting forth, moreover, the belief in one only God, and the truth of our religion, which they advised them to embrace, whereunto they also added some threats, to which they received this answer, that as to their being peaceable, they did not seem to be such, if they were so. As to their king, since he was fain to beg, he must be necessitous and poor, and he who had made him this gift must be a man who loved dissension, to give that to another which was none of his own, to bring it into dispute against the ancient possessors. As to victuals, they would supply them. That of gold they had little, it being a thing they had in very small esteem, as of no use to the service of life, whereas their only care was to pass it over happily and pleasantly, but that what they could find, excepting what was employed in the service of their gods, they might freely take. As to one only God, the proposition had pleased them well, but that they would not change their religion, both because they had so long and happily lived in it, and that they were not wont to take advice of any but their friends, and those they knew. As to their menaces, it was a sign of want of judgment to threaten those whose nature and power were to them unknown, that therefore they were to make haste to quit their coast, for they were not used to take the civilities and professions of armed men and strangers in good part. Otherwise they should do by them as they had done by those others, showing them the heads of several executed men round the walls of their city. A fair example of the babble of these children. But so it is that the Spaniards did not, either in this or in several other places, where they did not find the merchandise they sought, make any stay or attempt whatever other conveniences were there to be had. Witness my cannibals. Chapter 30 of Book 1. Of the two most puissant monarchs of that world, and peradventure of this, kings of so many kings, and alas they turned out, he of Peru, having been taken in a battle and put to so excessive a ransom as exceeds all belief, and it being faithfully paid, and he having by his conversation given manifest signs of a frank, liberal, and constant spirit, and of a clear and settled understanding, the conquerors had a mind, after having exacted 1,325,500 weight of gold, besides silver and other things which amounted to no less, so that their horses were shod with massy gold, still to see, at the price of what disloyalty and injustice whatever, what the remainder of the treasures of this king might be, and to possess themselves of that also. To this end a false accusation was preferred against him, and false witnesses brought to prove that he went about to raise an insurrection in his provinces, to procure his own liberty, whereupon, by the virtuous sentence of those very men who had by this treachery conspired his ruin, he was condemned to be publicly hanged and strangled, after having made him buy off the torment of being burnt alive, by the baptism they gave him immediately before execution. A horrid and unheard-of barbarity, which nevertheless he underwent without giving way either in word or look, with a truly grave and royal behavior. After which, to calm and appease the people, aroused and astounded at so strange a thing, they counterfeited great sorrow for his death, and appointed most sumptuous funerals. The other king of Mexico, Guatimozin, having for a long time defended his beleaguered city, and having in this siege manifested the utmost of what suffering and perseverance can do, if ever prince and people did, and his misfortune having delivered him alive into his enemies' hands, upon articles of being treated like a king, neither did he in his capacity discover anything unworthy of that title. His enemies, after their victory, not finding so much gold as they expected, when they had searched and rifled with their utmost diligence, they went about to procure discoveries by the most cruel torments they could invent upon the prisoners they had taken. But having profited nothing by these, their courage being greater than their torments, they arrived at last to such a degree of fury as, contrary to their faith in the law of nations, to condemn the king himself and one of the principal noblemen of his court to the rack, in the presence of one another. This lord, finding himself overcome with pain, being environed with burning coals, pitifully turned his dying eyes towards his master, as it were to ask him pardon that he was able to endure no more. Whereupon the king, darting at him a fierce and severe look, as reproaching his cowardice and pusillanimity, with a harsh and constant voice said to him thus only, "And what dost thou think I suffer? Am I in a bath? Am I more at ease than thou?" Whereupon the other immediately quailed under the torment, and died upon the spot. The king, half roasted, was carried thence, not so much out of pity, for what compassion ever touched so barbarous souls, who, upon the doubtful information of some vessel of gold to be made a prey of, caused not only a man, but a king, so great in fortune and desert, to be broiled before their eyes. But because his constancy rendered their cruelty still more shameful, they afterwards hanged him for having nobly attempted to deliver himself by arms from so long a captivity and subjection, and he died with a courage becoming so magnanimous a prince. Another time they burnt in the same fire 460 men alive at once, the 400 of the common people, of the 60 the principal lords of a province, simply prisoners of war. We have these narratives from themselves, for they not only own it, but boast of it and publish it. Could it be for a testimony of their justice or their zeal to religion? Doubtless these are ways too differing and contrary to so holy an end. Had they proposed to themselves to extend our faith, they would have considered that it does not amplify in the possession of territories, but in the gaining of men, and would have more than satisfied themselves with the slaughters occasioned by the necessity of war, without indifferently mixing a massacre, as upon wild beasts, as universal as fire and sword could make it, having only by intention saved so many as they meant to make miserable slaves of, for the work and service of their minds, so that many of the captains were put to death upon the place of conquest by order of the kings of Castile, justly offended with the horror of their deportment, and almost all of them hated and disesteemed. God meritoriously permitted that all this great plunder should be swallowed up by the sea in transportation, or in the civil wars wherewith they devoured one another, and most of the men themselves were buried in a foreign land, without any fruit of their victory. that the revenue from these countries, though in the hands of so parsimonious and so prudent a prince, so little answers the expectation given of it to his predecessors, and to that original abundance of riches which was found at the first landing in those new discovered countries. For though a great deal be fetched thence, yet receipt is nothing in comparison of that which might be expected, is that the use of coin was there utterly unknown, and that consequently their gold was found all hoarded together, being of no other use but for ornament and show, as a furniture reserved from father to son by many puissant kings, who were ever draining their mines to make this vast heap of vessels and statues for the decoration of their palaces and temples. Whereas our gold is always in motion and traffic, we cut it into 1,000 small pieces, and cast it into 1,000 forms, and scatter and disperse it in 1,000 ways. But suppose our kings should thus hoard up all the gold they could get in several ages, and let it lie idle by them. Those of the kingdom of Mexico were in some sort more civilized and more advanced in arts than the other nations about them. Therefore did they judge, as we do, that the world was near its period, and looked upon the desolation we brought amongst them as a certain sign of it. They believed that the existence of the world was divided into 5 ages, and in the life of 5 successive suns, of which 4 had already ended their time, and that this which gave them light was the 5th. The first perished with all other creatures by an universal inundation of water, the second by the heavens falling upon us and suffocating every living thing, to which age they assigned the giants, and showed bones to the Spaniards, according to the proportion of which the stature of men amounted to 20 feet. The third by fire, which burned and consumed all. The fourth by an emotion of the air and wind, which came with such violence as to beat down even many mountains, wherein the men died not, but were turned into baboons. What impressions will not the weakness of human belief admit? After the death of this 4th son, the world was 25 years in perpetual darkness, in the 15th of which a man and a woman were created, who restored the human race. 10 years after, upon a certain day, the sun appeared newly created, and since the account of their year takes beginning from that day, the 3rd day after its creation the ancient gods died, and the new ones were born daily. After what manner they think this last son shall perish, my author knows not, but their number of this 4th change agrees with the great conjunction of stars which 800 and odd years ago, as astrologers suppose, produced great alterations and novelties in the world. As to pomp and magnificence, upon the account of which I engaged in this discourse, neither Greece, Rome, nor Egypt, whether for utility, difficulty, or state, can compare any of their works with the highway to be seen in Peru, made by the kings of the country, from the city of Quito to that of Cusco, 300 leagues, straight, even, 25 paces wide, paved and provided on both sides with high and beautiful walls, and close by them, and all along the inside, 2 perennial streams, bordered with beautiful plants, which they call Mali. In this work, where they met with rocks and mountains, they cut them through, and made them even, and filled up pits and valleys with lime and stone to make them level. At the end of every day's journey are beautiful palaces, furnished with provisions, vestments, and arms, as well as for travellers as for the armies that are to pass that way. In the estimate of this work I have reckoned the difficulty which is especially considerable in that place. They did not build with any stones less than 10 feet square, and had no other convenience of carriage but by drawing their load themselves by force of arm, and knew not so much as the art of scaffolding, nor any other way of standing to their work, but by throwing up earth against the building as it rose higher, taking it away again when they had done. Let us here return to our coaches. Instead of these, and of all other sorts of carriages, they caused themselves to be carried upon men's shoulders. This last king of Peru, the day that he was taken, was thus carried betwixt two upon staves of gold, and set in a chair of gold in the middle of his army. As many of these Sudan men as were killed to make him fall, for they would take him alive, so many others, and they contended for it, took the place of those who were slain, so that they could never beat him down, what slaughter soever they made of these people, till the horsemen, seizing upon him, brought him to the ground. End of section 14. Reading by Malone.
Section 15 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leslie Wildeson. Essays, Book 3, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of the inconvenience of greatness. Since we cannot attain unto it, let us revenge ourselves by railing at it. And yet it is not absolutely railing against anything to proclaim its defects, because they are in all things to be found, how beautiful or how much to be coveted soever. Greatness has, in general, this manifest advantage, that it can lower itself when it pleases, and has very near the choice of both the one and the other condition, for a man does not fall from all heights. There are several from which one may descend without falling down. It does indeed appear to me that we value it at too high a rate, and also overvalue the resolution of those whom we have either seen or heard have condemned it, or displaced themselves of their own accord. Its essence is not so evidently commodious that a man may not, without a miracle, refuse it. I find it a very hard thing to undergo misfortunes, but to be content with a moderate amount of fortune and to avoid greatness, I think a very easy matter. 'Tis, methinks, a virtue to which I, who am no conjurer, could without any great endeavor arrive. What then is to be expected from them that would yet put into consideration the glory attending this refusal, wherein there may lurk worse ambition than even in the desire itself and fruition of greatness? Forasmuch as ambition never comports itself better, according to itself, than when it proceeds by obscure and unfrequented ways. I incite my courage to patience, but I rein it as much as I can towards desire. I have as much to wish for as another, and allow my wishes as much liberty and indiscretion, but yet it never befell me to wish for either empire or royalty, or the eminency of those high and commanding fortunes. I do not aim that way. I love myself too well. When I think to grow greater, 'tis but very moderately, and by a compelled and timorous advancement, such as is proper for me in resolution, in prudence, in health, in beauty, and even in riches too. But this supreme reputation, this mighty authority, oppress my imagination, and quite contrary to that other, Julius Caesar, I should peradventure rather choose to be the second or third in Perigord than the first at Paris, at least, without lying, rather the third at Paris than the first. I would neither dispute with a porter, a miserable unknown, nor make crowds open in adoration as I pass. I am trained up to a moderate condition, as well by my choice as fortune, and have made it appear in the whole conduct of my life and enterprises that I have rather avoided than otherwise the climbing above the degree of fortune wherein God has placed me by birth. All natural constitution is equally just and easy. My soul is such a poltroon that I measure not good fortune by the height, but by the facility. But if my heart be not great enough, 'tis open enough to make amends at anyone's request, freely to lay open its weakness. Should anyone put me upon comparing the life of L. Thorius Balbus, a brave man, handsome, learned, healthful, understanding, and abounding in all sorts of conveniences and pleasures, leading a quiet life, and all his own, his mind well prepared against death, superstition, pain, and other encumbrances of human necessity, dying at last in battle, with his sword in his hand for the defense of his country, on the one part, and on the other part the life of M. Regulus, so high and great as is known to everyone, and his end admirable, the one without name and without dignity, the other exemplary and glorious to a wonder. I should doubtless say, as Cicero did, could I speak as well as he. Cicero, in De Finibus, chapter 2, part 20, gives preference to Regulus, and proclaims him the happier man. But if I was to compare them with my own, I should then also say that the first is as much according to my capacity, and from desire, which I conform to my capacity, as the second is far beyond it, that I could not approach the last but with veneration. The other I could readily attain by use. Let us return to our temporal greatness, from which we are digressed. I disrelish all dominion, whether active or passive. Otanes, one of these 7 who had the right to pretend to the kingdom of Persia, did as I should willingly have done, which was that he gave up to his competitors his right of being promoted to it, either by election or by lot, provided that he and his might live in the empire out of all authority and subjection, those of the ancient laws excepted, and might enjoy all liberty that was not prejudicial to these, being as impatient of commanding as of being commanded. The most painful and difficult employment in the world, in my opinion, is worthily to discharge the office of a king. I excuse more of their mistakes than men commonly do, in consideration of the intolerable weight of their function, which astounds me. 'Tis hard to keep measure in so immeasurable a power. Yet so it is that it is, even to those who are not of the best nature, a singular incitement to virtue, to be seated in a place where you cannot do the least good that shall not be put upon record, and where the least benefit redounds to so many men, and where your talent of administration, like that of preachers, principally addresses itself to the people, no very exact judge, easy to deceive and easily content. There are few things wherein we can give a sincere judgment, by reason that there are few wherein we have not, in some sort, a private interest. Superiority and inferiority, dominion and subjection, are bound to a natural envy and contest, and must of necessity perpetually entrench upon one another. I believe neither the one nor the other touching the rights of the other party. Let reason, therefore, which is inflexible and without passion, determine when we can avail ourselves of it. 'Tis not a month ago that I read over 2 Scottish authors contending upon this subject, of whom he who stands for the people makes the king to be in a worse condition than a carter, He who writes for monarchy places him some degrees above God in power and sovereignty. Now, the incommodity of greatness that I have taken to remark in this place upon some occasion that has lately put it into my head is this: there is not, peradventure, anything more pleasant in the commerce of many than the trials that we make against one another, out of emulation of honor and worth, whether in the exercises of the body or in those of the mind, wherein sovereign greatness can have no true part. And in earnest I have often thought that by force of respect itself men use princes disdainfully and injuriously in that particular. For the thing I was infinitely offended at in my childhood, that they who exercised with me forbore to do their best because they found me unworthy of their utmost endeavor, is what we see happen to them daily, everyone finding himself unworthy to contend with them. If we discover that they have the least desire to get the better of us, there is no one who will not make it his business to give it to them, and who will not rather betray his own glory than offend theirs, and will therein employ so much force only as is necessary to save their honor. What share have they, then, in the engagement where everyone is on their side? Methinks I see those paladins of ancient times presenting themselves to jousts and battle with enchanted arms and bodies. Brisson, running against Alexander, purposely missed his blow and made a fault in his career. Alexander chid him for it, but he ought to have had him whipped. Upon this consideration Carneades said that the sons of princes learned nothing right but to manage horses, by reason that in all their other exercises everyone bends and yields to them, but a horse that is neither a flatterer nor a courtier throws the son of a king with no more ceremony than he would throw that of a porter. Homer was fain to consent that Venus, so sweet and delicate a goddess as she was, should be wounded at the battle of Troy, thereby to ascribe courage and boldness to her qualities that cannot possibly be in those who are exempt from danger. The gods are made to be angry, to fear, to run away, to be jealous, to grieve, to be transported with passions, to honor them with the virtues that, amongst us, are built upon these imperfections. Who does not participate in the hazard and difficulty can claim no interest in the honor and pleasure that are the consequence of hazardous actions. 'Tis a pity man should be so potent that all things must give way to him. Fortune therein sets you too remote from society and places you in too great a solitude. This easiness and mean facility of making all things bow under you is an enemy to all sorts of pleasure. 'Tis to slide, not to go. 'Tis to sleep, and not to live. Conceive man accompanied with omnipotence. You overwhelm him. He must beg disturbance and opposition as an alms. His being and his good are in indigence. Evil to man is in its turn good, and good evil. Neither is pain always to be shunned, nor pleasure always to be pursued. Their good qualities are dead and lost, for they can only be perceived by comparison, and we put them out of this. They have little knowledge of true praise, having their ears deafened with so continual and uniform an approbation. Have they to do with the stupidest of all their subjects? They have no means to take any advantage of him. If he but say, "'Tis because he is my king," he thinks he has said enough to express that he therefore suffered himself to be overcome. This quality stifles and consumes the other true and essential qualities. They are sunk in the royalty, and leave them nothing to recommend themselves with but actions that directly concern and serve the function of their place. 'Tis so much to be a king that this alone remains to them. the outer glare that environs him conceals and shrouds him from us, our sight is there repelled and dissipated, being filled and stopped by this prevailing light. The Senate awarded the prize of eloquence to Tiberius. He refused it, esteeming that, though it had been just, he could derive no advantage from a judgment so partial, and that was so little free to judge. As we give them all advantages of honor, so do we soothe and authorize all their vices and defects, not only by approbation, but by imitation also. Every one of Alexander's followers carried his head on one side, as he did, and the flatterers of Dionysius ran one against one another in his presence, and stumbled at and overturned whatever was underfoot, to show they were as purblind as he. Hernia itself has also served to recommend a man to favor. I have seen deafness affected, and because the master hated his wife, Plutarch, who, however, gives only one instance, and in this he tells that the man visited his wife privately, has seen his courtiers repudiate theirs, whom they loved, and, which is more, uncleanliness and all manner of dissoluteness have so been in fashion, as also disloyalty, blasphemy, cruelty, heresy, superstition, irreligion, effeminacy, and worse, if worse there be, and by an example yet more dangerous than Mithridates' flatterers, who, as their master pretended to the honor of a good physician, came to him to have incisions and cauteries made in their limbs, for these others suffered the soul, a more delicate and noble part, to be cauterized. But to end where I began, the Emperor Adrian, disputing with the philosopher Favorinus about the interpretation of some word, Favorinus soon yielded him the victory, for which his friends rebuking him, "You talk simply," said he. "Would you not have him wiser than I, who commands 30 legions?" Augustus wrote verses against Asinius Pollio. "And I," said Pollio, "say nothing, for it is not prudence to write in contest with him who has power to proscribe." And they were right. For Dionysius, because he could not equal Philoxenus in poesy, and Plato in discourse, condemned the one to the quarries, and sent the other to be sold for a slave into the island of Aegina. End of section 15. Recording by Leslie Wildeson, Portland, Oregon, USA. www.arielwarthog.com.
Section 16 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 3, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of the Art of Conference, Part 1. 'Tis a custom of our justice to condemn some for a warning to others. To condemn them for having done amiss were folly, as Plato says, for what is done can never be undone. But 'tis to the end they may offend no more, and that others may avoid the example of their offence. We do not correct the man we hang. We correct others by him. I do the same. My errors are sometimes natural, incorrigible, and irremediable, but the good which virtuous men do to the public in making themselves imitated, I, peradventure, may do in making my manners avoided. Nonne vides, albi ut male vivat filius, utque barus in ops, magnum documentum ne patriam rem perdere quis velit. Dost thou not see how ill the son of Albus lives, and how the indigent Barrus? A great warning lest any one should incline to dissipate his patrimony. Horace, Sat., i. 4, 109. Publishing and accusing my own imperfections, some one will learn to be afraid of them. The parts that I most esteem in myself derive more honour from decrying than for commending myself, which is the reason why I so often fall into, and so much insist upon, that strain. But when all is summed up, a man never speaks of himself without loss. A man's accusations of himself are always believed, his praises never. There may peradventure be some of my own complexion who better instruct myself by contrariety than by similitude, and by avoiding than by imitation. The elder Cato was regarding this sort of discipline, when he said, that the wise may learn more of fools than fools can of the wise. And Pausanias tells us of an ancient player upon the harp, who was wont to make his scholars go to hear one who played very ill, who lived over against him, that they might learn to hate his discords and false measures. The horror of cruelty more inclines me to clemency than any example of clemency could possibly do. A good rider does not so much mend my seat as an awkward attorney or a Venetian on horseback, and a clownish way of speaking more reforms mine than the most correct. The ridiculous and simple look of another always warns and advises me. That which pricks rouses and incites much better than that which tickles. The time is now proper for us to reform backward, more by dissenting than by agreeing, by differing more than by consent. Profiting little by good examples, I make use of those that are ill, which are everywhere to be found. I endeavour to render myself as agreeable as I see others offensive, as constant as I see others fickle, as affable as I see others rough, as good as I see others evil. But I propose to myself impracticable measures. The most fruitful and natural exercise of the mind, in my opinion, is conversation. I find the use of it more sweet than of any other action of life; and for that reason it is that, if I were now compelled to choose, I should sooner, I think, consent to lose my sight than my hearing and speech. The Athenians, and also the Romans, kept this exercise in great honour in their academies. The Italians retain some traces of it to this day, to their great advantage, as is manifest by the comparison of our understandings with theirs. The study of books is a languishing and feeble motion that heats not, whereas conversation teaches and exercises at once. If I converse with a strong mind and a rough disputant, he presses upon my flanks and pricks me right and left. His imaginations stir up mine. Jealousy, glory, and contention stimulate and raise me up to something above myself, and acquiescence is a quality altogether tedious in discourse. But as our mind fortifies itself by the communication of vigorous and regular understandings, 'tis not to be expressed how much it loses and degenerates by the continual commerce and familiarity we have with mean and weak spirits. There is no contagion that spreads like that. I know sufficiently by experience what 'tis worth a yard. I love to discourse and dispute, but it is with but few men, and for myself. For to do it as a spectacle and entertainment to great persons, and to make of a man's wit and words competitive parade is, in my opinion, very unbecoming a man of honour. Folly is a bad quality, but not to be able to endure it, to fret and vex at it, as I do, is another sort of disease little less troublesome than folly itself, and is the thing that I will now accuse in myself. I enter into conference and dispute with great liberty and facility, forasmuch as opinion meets in me with a soil very unfit for penetration, and wherein to take any deep root. No propositions astonish me, no belief offends me, though never so contrary to my own. There is no so frivolous and extravagant fancy that does not seem to me suitable to the production of human wit. We who deprive our judgment of the right of determining, look indifferently upon the diverse opinions, and if we incline not our judgment to them, yet we easily give them the hearing. Where one scale is totally empty, I let the other waver under an old wife's dreams, and I think myself excusable if I prefer the odd number, Thursday rather than Friday, if I had rather be the 12th or 14th than the 13th at table, if I had rather on a journey see a hare run by me than cross my way, and rather give my man my left foot than my right when he comes to put on my stockings. All such reveries as are in credit around us deserve at least a hearing. For my part, they only with me import inanity, but they import that. Moreover, vulgar and casual opinions are something more than nothing in nature, and he who will not suffer himself to proceed so far, falls peradventure into the vice of obstinacy to avoid that of superstition. The contradictions of judgments, then, neither offend nor alter, they only rouse and exercise me. We evade correction, whereas we ought to offer and present ourselves to it, especially when it appears in the form of conference and not of authority. At every opposition, we do not consider whether or no it be dust, but, right or wrong, how to disengage ourselves. Instead of extending the arms, we thrust out our claws. I could suffer myself to be rudely handled by my friend, so much as to tell me that I am a fool, and talk I know not of what. I love stout expressions amongst gentlemen, and to have them speak as they think. We must fortify and harden our hearing against this tenderness of the ceremonious sound of words. I love a strong and manly familiarity and conversation. A friendship that pleases itself in the sharpness and vigour of its communication, like love in biting and scratching. It is not vigorous and generous enough, if it be not quarrelsome, if it be civilized and artificial, if it treads nicely and fears the shock. Neque enim disputare sine reprehensione potest. Neither can a man dispute but he must contradict, or nor can people dispute without reprehension. Cicero, De Finibus, 1:8. When any one contradicts me, he raises my attention, not my anger. I advance towards him who controverts, who instructs me. The cause of truth ought to be the common cause both of the one and the other. What will the angry man answer? Passion has already confounded his judgment. Agitation has usurped the place of reason. It were not amiss that the decision of our disputes should pass by wager, that there might be a material mark of our losses, to the end we might the better remember them, and that my man might tell me, your ignorance and obstinacy cost you last year, at several times, 100 crowns. I hail and caress truth in what quarter soever I find it, and cheerfully surrender myself, and open my conquered arms as far off as I can discover it, and, provided it be not too imperiously, take a pleasure in being reproved, and accommodate myself to my accusers, very often more by reason of civility than amendment, loving to gratify and nourish the liberty of admonition by my facility of submitting to it, and this even at my own expense. Nevertheless, it is hard to bring the men of my time to it. They have not the courage to correct, because they have not the courage to suffer themselves to be corrected, and speak always with dissimulation in the presence of one another. I take so great a pleasure in being judged and known, that it is almost indifferent to me in which of the two forms I am so. My imagination so often contradicts and condemns itself, that 'tis all one to me if another do it, especially considering that I give his reprehension no greater authority than I choose. But I break with him who carries himself so high, as I know of one who repents his advice if not believed, and takes it for an affront if it be not immediately followed. That Socrates always received smilingly the contradictions offered to his arguments, a man may say arose from his strength of reason, and that, the advantage being certain to fall on his side, he accepted them as a matter of new victory. But we see, on the contrary, that nothing in argument renders our sentiment so delicate as the opinion of preeminence and disdain of the adversary; and that, in reason, 'tis rather for the weaker to take in good part the oppositions that correct him and set him right. In earnest, I rather choose the company of those who ruffle me than of those who fear me. 'Tis a dull and hurtful pleasure to have to do with people who admire us and approve of all we say. Antisthenes commanded his children never to take it kindly or for a favour when any man commended them. I find I am much prouder of the victory I obtain over myself, when, in the very ardour of dispute, I make myself submit to my adversary's force of reason, than I am pleased with the victory I obtain over him through his weakness. In fine, I receive and admit of all manner of attacks that are direct, how weak soever; but I am too impatient of those that are made out of form. I care not what the subject is, the opinions are to me all one, and I am almost indifferent whether I get the better or the worse. I can peaceably argue a whole day together, if the argument be carried on with method. I do not so much require force and subtlety as order. I mean the order which we every day observe in the wranglings of shepherds and shop boys, but never amongst us. If they start from their subject, 'tis out of incivility, and so 'tis with us; but their tumult and impatience never put them out of their theme; their argument still continues its course. If they interrupt and do not stay for one another, they at least understand one another. Any one answers too well for me if he answers what I say. When the dispute is irregular and disordered, I leave the thing itself, and insist upon the form with anger and indiscretion, falling into wilful, malicious, and imperious way of disputation, of which I am afterwards ashamed. 'Tis impossible to deal fairly with a fool. My judgment is not only corrupted under the hand of so impetuous a master, but my conscience also. Our disputes ought to be interdicted and punished as well as other verbal crimes. What vice do they not raise and heap up, being always governed and commanded by passion? We first quarrel with their reasons, and then with the men. We only learn to dispute that we may contradict; and so, every one contradicting and being contradicted, it falls out that the fruit of disputation is to lose and annihilate truth. Therefore it is that Plato in his Republic prohibits this exercise to fools and ill-bred people. To what end do you go about to inquire of him who knows nothing to the purpose? A man does no injury to the subject when he leaves it to seek how he may treat it. I do not mean by an artificial and scholastic way, but by a natural one, with a sound understanding. What will it be in the end? One flies to the east, the other to the west; they lose the principle, dispersing it in the crowd of incidents. After an hour of tempest they know not what they seek. One is low, the other high, and a third wide. One catches at a word and a simile; another is no longer sensible of what is said in opposition to him, and thinks only of going on at his own rate, not of answering you. Another, finding himself too weak to make good his rest, fears all, refuses all, at the very beginning confounds the subject, or, in the very height of the dispute, stops short and is silent, by a peevish ignorance, affecting a proud contempt, or a foolishly modest avoidance of further debate. Provided this man strikes, he cares not how much he lays himself open. The other counts his words, and weighs them for reasons; another only brawls, and uses the advantage of his lungs. Here's one who learnedly concludes against himself, and another who deafens you with prefaces and senseless digressions; an other falls into downright railing, and seeks a quarrel after the German fashion, to disengage himself from a wit that presses too hard upon him; and a last man sees nothing into the reason of the thing, but draws a line of circumvallation about you of dialectic clauses and the formulas of his art. Now who would not enter into distrust of sciences, and doubt whether he can reap from them any solid fruit for the service of life, considering the use we put them to? Nihil sanantibus litteris. Letters which cure nothing. Seneca, Epistle 59. Who has got understanding by his logic? Where are all her fair promises? Nec ad melius vivendum, nec ad commodius disserendum. It neither makes a man live better, nor talk better. Cicero, De Finibus, i. 19. Is there more noise or confusion in the scolding of herring wives than in the public disputes of men of this profession? I had rather my son should learn in a tap house to speak, than in the schools to prate. Take a master of arts and confer with him. Why does he not make us sensible of this artificial excellence? And why does he not captivate women and ignoramuses as we are, with admiration at the steadiness of his reasons and the beauty of his order? Why does he not sway and persuade us to what he will? Why does a man who has so much advantage in matter and treatment mix railing, indiscretion, and fury in his disputations? Strip him of his gown, his hood, and his Latin, let him not batter our ears with Aristotle; pure and simple, you will take him for one of us, or worse. Whilst they torment us with this complication and confusion of words, it fares with them, methinks, as with jugglers. Their dexterity imposes upon our senses, but does not at all work upon our belief, this legerdemain excepted. They perform nothing that is not very ordinary and mean; for being the more learned, they are none the less fools. I love and honour knowledge as much as they that have it, and in its true use 'tis the most noble and the greatest acquisition of men; but in such as I speak of, and the number of them is infinite, who build their fundamental sufficiency and value upon it, who appeal from their understanding to their memory, sub aliena umbra latentes, sheltering under the shadow of others. Seneca, Epistle 33. And who can do nothing but by book, I hate it, if I dare to say so, worse than stupidity. In my country and in my time, learning improves fortunes enough, but not minds. If it meet with those that are dull and heavy, it overcharges and suffocates them, leaving them a crude and undigested mass; if airy and fine, it purifies, clarifies, and subtilizes them, even to exinanition. 'Tis a thing of almost indifferent quality, a very useful accession to a well-born soul, but hurtful and pernicious to others; or rather a thing of very precious use, that will not suffer itself to be purchased at an under rate. In the hand of some 'tis a sceptre, in that of others a fool's bauble. But let us proceed. What greater victory do you expect than to make your enemy see and know that he is not able to encounter you? When you get the better of your argument, 'tis truth that wins; when you get the advantage of form and method, 'tis then you who win. I am of opinion that in Plato and Xenophon, Socrates disputes more in favour of the disputants than in favour of the dispute, and more to instruct Euthydemus and Protagoras in the knowledge of their impertinence than in the impertinence of their art. He takes hold of the first subject like one who has a more profitable end than to explain it, namely, to clear the understandings that he takes upon him to instruct and exercise. To hunt after truth is properly our business, and we are inexcusable if we carry on the chase impertinently and ill. To fail of seizing it is another thing, for we are born to inquire after truth. It belongs to a greater power to possess it. It is not, as Democritus said, hid in the bottom of the deeps, but rather elevated to an infinite height in the divine knowledge. The world is but a school of inquisition. It is not who shall enter the ring, but who shall run the best courses. He may as well play the fool who speaks true, as he who speaks false, for we are upon the manner, not the matter, of speaking. 'Tis my humour as much to regard the form as the substance, and the advocate as much as the cause, as Alcibiades ordered we should, and every day pass away my time in reading authors without any consideration of their learning. Their manner is what I look after, not their subject; and just so do I hunt after the conversation of any eminent wit, not that he may teach me, but that I may know him, and that knowing him, if I think him worthy of imitation, I may imitate him. Every man may speak truly, but to speak methodically, prudently, and fully is a talent that few men have. The falsity that proceeds from ignorance does not offend me, but the foppery of it. I have broken off several treatises that would have been of advantage to me, by reason of the impertinent contestations of those with whom I treated. I am not moved once in a year at the faults of those over whom I have authority, but upon the account of the ridiculous obstinacy of their allegations, denials, excuses, we are every day going together by the ears. They neither understand what is said nor why, and answer accordingly. 'Tis enough to drive a man mad. I never feel any hurt upon my head but when 'tis knocked against another, and more easily forgive the vices of my servants than their boldness, importunity, and folly. Let them do less, provided they understand what they do. You live in hope to warm their affection to your service, but there is nothing to be had or to be expected from a stock. But what, if I take things otherwise than they are? Perhaps I do, and therefore it is that I accuse my own impatience, and hold in the first place that it is equally vicious both in him that is in the right and in him that is in the wrong, for 'tis always a tyrannic sourness not to endure a form contrary to one's own; and besides, there cannot, in truth, be a greater, more constant, nor more irregular folly than to be moved and angry at the follies of the world, for it principally makes us quarrel with ourselves. And the old philosopher never wanted an occasion for his tears whilst he considered himself. Miso, one of the 7 sages, of a Timonian and Democritic humour, being asked, what he laughed at, being alone? That I do laugh alone, answered he. How many ridiculous things, in my own opinion, do I say and answer every day that comes over my head? And then how many more according to the opinion of others? If I bite my own lips, what ought others to do? In fine, we must live amongst the living, and let the river run under the bridge without our care, or, at least, without our interference. In truth, why do we meet a man with a hunchback, or any other deformity, without being moved, and cannot endure the encounter of a deformed mind without being angry? This vicious sourness sticks more to the judge than to the crime. Let us always have this saying of Plato in our mouths: do not I think things unsound, because I am not sound in myself? Am I not myself in fault? May not my observations reflect upon myself? A wise and divine saying that lashes the most universal and common error of mankind. Not only the reproaches that we throw in the face of one another, but our reasons also, our arguments and controversies, are reboundable upon us, and we wound ourselves with our own weapons. Of which antiquity has left me enough grave examples. It was ingeniously and home said by him who was the inventor of this sentence: Stercus cuique suum bene olet. To every man his own excrements smell well. Erasmus. We see nothing behind us. We mock ourselves 100 times a day when we deride our neighbours, and we detest in others the defects which are more manifest in us, and which we admire with marvellous inadvertency and impudence. It was but yesterday that I heard a man of understanding and of good rank, as pleasantly as justly, scoffing at the folly of another, who did nothing but torment everybody with the catalogue of his genealogy and alliances, above half of them false; for they are most apt to fall into such ridiculous discourses whose qualities are most dubious and least sure. And yet, would he have looked into himself, he would have discerned himself to be no less intemperate and wearisome in extolling his wife's pedigree. O importunate presumption, with which the wife sees herself armed by the hands of her own husband! Did he understand Latin, we should say to him, Age, si hic non insanit satis sua sponte, instiga. Come, if of himself he is not mad enough, urge him on. Terence, Andrea, 4, 2, 9. I do not say that no man should accuse another who is not clean himself, for then no one would ever accuse, clean from the same sort of spot; but I mean that our judgment, falling upon another who is then in question, should not at the same time spare ourselves, but sentence us with an inward and severe authority. 'Tis an office of charity that he who cannot reclaim himself from a vice should, nevertheless, endeavour to remove it from another, in whom, peradventure, it may not have so deep and so malignant a root. Neither do I think it an answer to the purpose to tell him who reproves me for my fault that he himself is guilty of the same. What of that? The reproof is, notwithstanding, true and of very good use. Had we a good nose, our own ordure would stink worse to us, forasmuch as it is our own. And Socrates is of opinion that whoever should find himself, his son, and a stranger, guilty of any violence and wrong, ought to begin with himself, present himself first to the sentence of justice, and implore to purge himself the assistance of the hand of the executioner. In the next place he should proceed to his son, and lastly to the stranger. If this precept seem too severe, he ought at least to present himself the first to the punishment of his own conscience. The senses are our first and proper judges, which perceive not things but by external accidents; and 'tis no wonder if in all the parts of the service of our society there is so perpetual and universal a mixture of ceremonies and superficial appearances; insomuch that the best and most effectual part of our polities therein consist. 'Tis still man with whom we have to do, of whom the condition is wonderfully corporal. Let those who, of these late years, would erect for us such a contemplative and immaterial an exercise of religion, not wonder if there be some who think it had vanished and melted through their fingers, had it not more upheld itself among us as a mark, title, and instrument of division and faction, than by itself. As in conference, the gravity, robe, and fortune of him who speaks oft times gives reputation to vain arguments and idle words, it is not to be presumed but that a man so attended and feared has not in him more than ordinary sufficiency; and that he to whom the king has given so many offices and commissions and charges, he so supercilious and proud, has not a great deal more in him than another who salutes him at so great a distance, and who has no employment at all. Not only the words, but the grimaces also of these people are considered and put into the account, every one making it his business to give them some fine and solid interpretation. If they stoop to the common conference, and that you offer anything but approbation and reverence, they then knock you down with the authority of their experience. They have heard, they have seen, they have done so and so. You are crushed with examples. I should willingly tell them that the fruit of a surgeon's experience is not the history of his practice and his remembering that he has cured 4 people of the plague and 3 of the gout, unless he knows how thence to extract something whereon to form his judgment, and to make us sensible that he has thence become more skilful in his art. As in a concert of instruments, we do not hear a lute, a harpsichord, or a flute alone, but one entire harmony, the result of all together. If travel and offices have improved them, 'tis a product of their understanding to make it appear. 'Tis not enough to reckon experiences, they must weigh, sort, and distill them, to extract the reasons and conclusions they carry along with them. There were never so many historians. It is indeed good and of use to read them, for they furnish us everywhere with excellent and laudable instructions from the magazine of their memory, which doubtless is of great concern to the help of life. But 'tis not that we seek for now. We examine whether these relators and collectors of things are commendable themselves. I hate all sorts of tyranny, both in word and deed. I am very ready to oppose myself against those vain circumstances that delude our judgments by the senses; and keeping my eye close upon those extraordinary greatnesses, I find that at best they are men, as others are. Rarus enim ferme sensus communis in illa fortuna. For in those high fortunes, common sense is generally rare. Juvenal, 8, 73. Peradventure we esteem and look upon them for less than they are, by reason they undertake more, and more expose themselves. They do not answer to the charge they have undertaken. There must be more vigour and strength in the bearer than in the burden. He who has not lifted as much as he can, leaves you to guess that he has still a strength beyond that, and that he has not been tried to the utmost of what he is able to do. He who sinks under his load makes a discovery of his best, and the weakness of his shoulders. This is the reason that we see so many silly souls amongst the learned, and more than those of the better sort. They would have made good husbandmen, good merchants, and good artisans. Their natural vigour was cut out to that proportion. Knowledge is a thing of great weight. They faint under it. Their understanding has neither vigour nor dexterity enough to set forth and distribute, to employ or make use of this rich and powerful matter. It has no prevailing virtue but in a strong nature, and such natures are very rare. And the weak ones, says Socrates, corrupt the dignity of philosophy in the handling. It appears useless and vicious when lodged in an ill-contrived mind. They spoil and make fools of themselves. Humani qualis simulator simius oris, quem puer aridens pretiosos stamine serum, velavit nudasque nates ac terga reliquit, ludibrium mensis. Just like an ape, simulator of the human face, whom a wanton boy has dizened up in rich silks above, but left the lower parts bare, for a laughing-stock for the tables. Claudian, in Eutropium, 1, 303. neither is it enough for those who govern and command us, and have all the world in their hands, to have a common understanding, and to be able to do the same that we can. They are very much below us, if they be not infinitely above us. As they promise more, so they are to perform more. And yet silence is to them not only a countenance of respect and gravity, but very often of good advantage too. For Megabyzus, going to see Apelles in his painting room, stood a great while without speaking a word, and at last began to talk of his paintings, for which he received this rude reproof: "Whilst thou wast silent, thou seemedst to be some great thing, by reason of thy chains and rich habit. But now that we have heard thee speak, there is not the meanest boy in my workshop that does not despise thee." Those princely ornaments, that mighty state, did not permit him to be ignorant with a common ignorance, and to speak impertinently of painting. He ought to have kept this external and presumptive knowledge by silence. To how many foolish fellows of my time has a sullen and silent mien procured the credit of prudence and capacity. End of section 16. Section 17 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 3, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of the Art of Conference, Part 2. Dignities and offices are of necessity conferred more by fortune than upon the account of merit, and we are often to blame to condemn kings when these are misplaced. On the contrary, 'tis a wonder they should have so good luck where there is so little skill. Principis est virtus maxima nocere suos. 'Tis the chief virtue of a prince to know his people. Martial, 8:15. For nature has not given them a sight that can extend to so many people, to discern which excels the rest, nor to penetrate into our bosoms, where the knowledge of our wills and best value lies. They must choose us by conjecture and by groping, by the family, wealth, learning, and the voice of the people, which are all very feeble arguments. Whoever could find out a way by which they might judge by justice, and choose men by reason, would, in this one thing, establish a perfect form of government. Ay, but he brought that great affair to a very good pass. This is, indeed, to say something, but not to say enough. For this sentence is justly received, that we are not to judge of counsels by events. The Carthaginians punished the ill counsels of their captains, though they were rectified by a successful issue; and the Roman people often denied a triumph for great and very advantageous victories, because the conduct of their general was not answerable to his good fortune. We ordinarily see in the actions of the world that Fortune, to shew us her power in all things, and who takes a pride in abating our presumption, seeing she could not make fools wise, has made them fortunate in emulation of virtue; and most favours those operations, the web of which is most purely her own; whence it is that the simplest amongst us bring to pass great business, both public and private. And as Seiramnes the Persian answered those who wondered that his affairs succeeded so ill, considering that his deliberations were so wise, that he was the sole master of his designs, but that success was wholly in the power of fortune. These may answer the same, but with a contrary turn. Most worldly affairs are performed by themselves. Fata viam inveniunt. The destinies find the way. Aeneid, 395. The event often justifies a very foolish conduct. Our interposition is little more than, as it were, a running on by rote, and more commonly a consideration of custom and example than of reason. Being formerly astonished at the greatness of some affair, I have been made acquainted with their motives and address by those who had performed it, and have found nothing in it but very ordinary counsels; and the most common and usual are indeed perhaps the most sure and convenient for practice, if not for show. What if the plainest reasons are the best seated, the meanest lowest, and most beaten more adapted to affairs? To maintain the authority of the counsels of kings, it needs not that profane persons should participate of them, or see further into them than the outmost barrier. He who will husband its reputation must be reverenced upon credit and taken altogether. My consultation somewhat rough hews the matter, and considers it lightly by the first face it presents. The stress and main of the business I have been wont to refer to heaven. Permitte divis caetera. Leave the rest to the gods. Horace, Odes, 1:9:9. Good and ill fortune are, in my opinion, two sovereign powers. 'Tis folly to think that human prudence can play the part of fortune, and vain is his attempt who presumes to comprehend both causes and consequences, and by the hand to conduct the progress of his design; and most especially vain in the deliberations of war. There was never greater circumspection and military prudence than sometimes is seen amongst us. Can it be that men are afraid to lose themselves by the way, that they reserve themselves to the end of the game? I moreover affirm that our wisdom itself and consultation for the most part commit themselves to the conduct of chance. My will and my reason are sometimes moved by one breath, and sometimes by another; and many of these movements there are that govern themselves without me. My reason has uncertain and casual agitations and impulsions. Vertuntur species animorum, et pectora motus, nunc alios dum nubila ventus agebat, concipiunt. The aspects of their minds change, and they conceive now such ideas, now such, just so long as the wind agitated the clouds. Virgil, Georgicon, 1:42. Let a man but observe who are of greatest authority in cities, and who best do their own business. We shall find that they are commonly men of the least parts. Women, children, and madmen have had the fortune to govern great kingdoms equally well with the wisest princes, and Thucydides says, that the stupid more ordinarily do it than those of better understandings. We attribute the effects of their good fortune to their prudence. Ut quisque fortuna utitur, ita praecelit, atque exinde sapere illum omnes dicimus. He makes his way who knows how to use fortune, and thereupon we all call him wise. Plautus, Pseudolus, 2, 3, 13. Wherefore I say unreservedly, events are a very poor testimony of our worth and parts. Now I was upon this point, that there needs no more but to see a man promoted to dignity, though we knew him but 3 days before a man of little regard, yet an image of grandeur, of sufficiency insensibly steals into our opinion, and we persuade ourselves that, being augmented in reputation and train, he is also increased in merit. We judge of him, not according to his worth, but as we do by counters, according to the prerogative of his place. If it happen so that he fall again, and be mixed with the common crowd, every one inquires with amazement into the cause of his having been raised so high. Is this he, say they? Was he no wiser when he was there? Do princes satisfy themselves with so little? Truly we were in good hands. This is a thing that I have often seen in my time. Nay, even the very disguise of grandeur represented in our comedies in some sort moves and gulls us. That which I myself adore in kings is the crowd of their adorers. All reverence and submission are due to them, except that of the understanding. My reason is not obliged to bow and bend. My knees are. Melanthius, being asked what he thought of the tragedy of Dionysius, I could not see it, said he, it was so clouded with language. So most of those who judge of the discourses of great men ought to say, I did not understand his words, they were so clouded with gravity, grandeur, and majesty. Antisthenes one day tried to persuade the Athenians to give order that their asses might be employed in tilling the ground, as well as the horses were. To which it was answered that that animal was not destined for such a service. That's all one, replied he, you have only to order it. For the most ignorant and incapable men you employ in the commands of your wars incontinently become worthy enough because you employ them. To which the custom of so many people, who canonize the king they have chosen out of their own body, and are not content only to honour, but must adore them, comes very near. Those of Mexico, after the ceremonies of their king's coronation are over, dare no more look him in the face, but as if they had deified him by his royalty. Amongst the oaths they make him take to maintain their religion, their laws and liberties, to be valiant, just, and mild. He moreover swears to make the sun run his course in his wonted light, to drain the clouds at fit seasons, to make rivers run their course, and to cause the earth to bear all things necessary for his people. I differ from this common fashion, and am more apt to suspect the capacity when I see it accompanied with that grandeur of fortune and public applause. We are to consider of what advantage it is to speak when a man pleases, to choose his subject, to interrupt or change it, with a magisterial authority. To protect himself from the oppositions of others by a nod, a smile, or silence, in the presence of an assembly that trembles with reverence and respect. A man of a prodigious fortune, coming to give his judgment upon some slight dispute that was foolishly set on foot at his table, began in these words: "It can be no other but a liar or a fool that will say otherwise than so and so." Pursue this philosophical point with a dagger in your hand. There is another observation I have made, from which I draw great advantage, which is, that in conferences and disputes, every word that seems to be good is not immediately to be accepted. Most men are rich in borrowed sufficiency. A man may say a good thing, give a good answer, cite a good sentence, without at all seeing the force of either the one or the other. That a man may not understand all he borrows may perhaps be verified in myself. A man must not always presently yield what truth or beauty soever may seem to be in the opposite argument. Either he must stoutly meet it, or retire, under colour of not understanding it, to try on all parts how it is lodged in the author. It may happen that we entangle ourselves, and help to strengthen the point itself. I have sometimes, in the necessity and heat of the combat, made answers that have gone through and through, beyond my expectation or hope. I only gave them in number, they were received in weight. As, when I contend with a vigorous man, I please myself with anticipating his conclusions, I ease him of the trouble of explaining himself, I strive to forestall his imagination whilst it is yet springing and imperfect. The order and pertinency of his understanding warn and threaten me afar off. I deal quite contrary with the others. I must understand and presuppose nothing but by them. If they determine in general words, this is good, that is not, and that they happen to be in the right, see if it be not fortune that hits it off for them. Let them a little circumscribe and limit their judgment, why or how it is so. These universal judgments that I see so common signify nothing. These are men who salute a whole people in a crowd together. They who have a real acquaintance take notice of and salute them individually and by name. But 'tis a hazardous attempt, and from which I have, more than every day, seen it fall out, that weak understandings, having a mind to appear ingenious, in taking notice, as they read a book, of what is best and most to be admired, fix their admiration upon some thing so very ill chosen, that instead of making us discern the excellence of the author, they make us very well see their own ignorance. This exclamation is safe, that is fine, after having heard a whole page of Virgil. By that the cunning sort save themselves, but to undertake to follow him line by line, and with an expert and tried judgment to observe where a good author excels himself, weighing the words, phrases, inventions, and his various excellences one after another. Keep aloof from that. Videndum est non modo quid quisque loquatur, sed etiam quid quisque sentiat, atque etiam qua de causa quisque sentiat. A man is not only to examine what every one says, but also what every one thinks, and from what reason every one thinks. Cicero, De Officiis, 1:41. I every day hear fools say things that are not foolish. They say a good thing. Let us examine how far they understand it, whence they have it, and what they mean by it. We help them to make use of this fine expression, of this fine sentence, which is none of theirs. They only have it in keeping. They have bolted it out at a venture. We place it for them in credit and esteem. You lend them your hand. To what purpose? They do not think themselves obliged to you for it, and become more inept still. Don't help them. Let them alone. They will handle the matter like people who are afraid of burning their fingers. They dare change neither its seat nor light, nor break into it. Shake it never so little, it slips through their fingers. They give it up, be it never so strong or fair. They are fine weapons, but ill hafted. How many times have I seen the experience of this? Now, if you come to explain anything to them, and to confirm them, they catch at it, and presently rob you of the advantage of your interpretation. It was what I was about to say, it was just my idea. If I did not express it so, it was for want of language. Mere wind. Malice itself must be employed to correct this arrogant ignorance. The dogma of Hegesias, that we are neither to hate nor accuse, but instruct, is correct elsewhere, but here 'tis injustice and inhumanity to relieve and set him right who stands in no need on't, and is the worse for it. I love to let them step deeper into the mire, and so deep that if it be possible, they may at last discern their error. Folly and absurdity are not to be cured by bare admonition. And what Cyrus answered to him who importuned him to harangue his army upon the point of battle, that men do not become valiant and warlike upon a sudden by a fine oration, no more than a man becomes a good musician by hearing a fine song, may properly be said of such an admonition as this. These are apprenticeships that are to be served beforehand by a long and continued education. We owe this care and this assiduity of correction and instruction to our own people. But to go preach to the first passer-by, and to become tutor to the ignorance and folly of the first we meet, is a thing that I abhor. I rarely do it, even in private conversation, and rather give up the whole thing than proceed to these initiatory and school instructions. My humour is unfit either to speak or write for beginners. But for things that are said in common discourse, or amongst other things, I never oppose them either by word or sign, how false or absurd soever. As to the rest, Nothing vexes me so much in folly as that it is more satisfied with itself than any reason can reasonably be. 'Tis unfortunate that prudence forbids us to satisfy and trust ourselves, and always dismisses us timorous and discontented, whereas obstinacy and temerity fill those who are possessed with them with joy and assurance. 'Tis for the most ignorant to look at other men over the shoulder, always returning from the combat full of joy and triumph; and moreover, for the most part, this arrogance of speech and gaiety of countenance gives them the better of it in the opinion of the audience, which is commonly weak and incapable of well judging and discerning the real advantage. Obstinacy of opinion and heat in argument are the surest proofs of folly. Is there anything so assured, resolute, disdainful, contemplative, serious, and grave as the ass? May we not include under the title of conference and communication the quick and sharp repartees which mirth and familiarity introduce amongst friends, pleasantly and wittily jesting and rallying with one another? 'Tis an exercise for which my natural gaiety renders me fit enough, and which, if it be not so tense and serious as the other I spoke of but now, is, as Lycurgus thought, no less smart and ingenious, nor of less utility. For my part, I contribute to it more liberty than wit, and have therein more of luck than invention; but I am perfect in suffering, for I endure a retaliation that is not only tart, but indiscreet to boot, without being moved at all; and whoever attacks me, if I have not a brisk answer immediately ready, I do not study to pursue the point with a tedious and impertinent contest, bordering upon obstinacy, but let it pass, and hanging down cheerfully my ears, defer my revenge to another and better time. There is no merchant that always gains. Most men change their countenance and their voice where their wits fail, and by an unseasonable anger, instead of revenging themselves, accuse at once their own folly and impatience. In this jollity we sometimes pinch the secret strings of our imperfections, which, at another and graver time, we cannot touch without offence, and so profitably give one another a hint of our defects. There are other jeux de main, practical jokes, rude and indiscreet after the French manner, that I mortally hate. My skin is very tender and sensible. I have in my time seen 2 princes of the blood buried upon that very account. 'Tis unhandsome to fight in play. As to the rest, when I have a mind to judge of any one, I ask him how far he is contented with himself, to what degree his speaking or his work pleases him. I will none of these fine excuses. I did it only in sport. Ablatum mediis opus est incudibus istud. That work was taken from the anvil half finished. Ovid, Tristia, 1, 6, 29. I was not an hour about it, I have never looked at it since. Well then, say I, lay these aside, and give me a perfect one, such as you would be measured by. And then, what do you think is the best thing in your work, Is it this part or that? Is it grace or the matter, the invention, the judgment, or the learning? For I find that men are, commonly, as wide of the mark in judging of their own works as of those of others, not only by reason of the kindness they have for them, but for want of capacity to know and distinguish them. The work, by its own force and fortune, may second the workman, and sometimes outstrip him, beyond his invention and knowledge. For my part, I judge of the value of other men's works more obscurely than of my own, and place the essays, now high or low, with great doubt and inconstancy. There are several books that are useful upon the account of their subjects, from which the author derives no praise; and good books, as well as good works, that shame the workman. I may write the manner of our feasts, and the fashion of our clothes, and may write them ill. I may publish the edicts of my time, and the letters of princes that pass from hand to hand. I may make an abridgment of a good book, and every abridgment of a good book is a foolish abridgment; which book shall come to be lost, and so on. Posterity will derive a singular utility from such compositions; but what honour shall I have, unless by great good fortune? Most part of the famous books are of this condition. When I read Philip de Comines, doubtless a very good author, several years ago, I there took notice of this for no vulgar saying, that a man must have a care not to do his master so great service, that at last he will not know how to give him his just reward. But I ought to commend the invention, not him, because I met with it in Tacitus not long since. Beneficia eausque laeta sunt, dum videntur exsolvi posse, ubi multum ante venere pro gratis odium reditur. Benefits are so far acceptable as they appear to be capable of recompense; where they much exceed that point, hatred is returned instead of thanks. Tacitus, Annales, 4:18. And Seneca vigorously says, Nam qui putat esse turpe non redere, non vult esse cui redat. For he who thinks it a shame not to requite, does not wish to have the man live to whom he owes return. Seneca, Epistle 81. Quintus Cicero says with less directness, Qui se non putat satisfacere, amicus esse nullo modo potest. Who thinks himself behind in obligation, can by no means be a friend. Quintus Cicero, De Petitione Consulatus, chapter 9. The subject, according to what it is, may make a man looked upon as learned and of good memory; but to judge in him the parts that are most his own, and the most worthy, the vigour and beauty of his soul, one must first know what is his own, and what is not; and in that which is not his own, how much we are obliged to him for the choice, disposition, ornament, and language he has there presented us with. What if he has borrowed the matter and spoiled the form, as it often falls out? We, who are little read in books, are in this strait, that when we meet with a high fancy in some new poet, or some strong argument in a preacher, we dare not, nevertheless, commend it till we have first informed ourselves, through some learned man, if it be the writer's wit, or borrowed from some other. Until that, I always stand upon my guard. I have lately been reading the history of Tacitus quite through, without interrupting it with anything else, which but seldom happens with me, it being 20 years since I have kept to any one book an hour together; and I did it at the instance of a gentleman for whom France has a great esteem, as well for his own particular worth, as upon the account of a constant form of capacity and virtue, which runs through a great many brothers of them. I do not know any author in a public narrative who mixes so much consideration of manners and particular inclinations; and I am of a quite contrary opinion to him, holding that, having especially to follow the lives of the emperors of his time, so various and extreme in all sorts of forms, so many notable actions as their cruelty especially produced in their subjects, he had a stronger and more attractive matter to treat of than if he had had to describe battles and universal commotions; so that I often find him sterile, running over those brave deaths as if he feared to trouble us with their multitude and length. This form of history is by much the most useful. Public movements depend most upon the conduct of fortune, private ones upon our own. 'Tis rather a judgment than a narration of history; there are in it more precepts than stories. It is not a book to read, 'tis a book to study and learn; 'tis full of sententious opinions, right or wrong; 'tis a nursery of ethic and politic discourses, for the use and ornament of those who have any place in the government of the world. He always argues by strong and solid reasons, after a pointed and subtle manner, according to the affected style of that age, which was so in love with an inflated manner, that where point and subtlety were wanting in things, it supplied these with lofty and swelling words. 'Tis not much unlike the style of Seneca. I look upon Tacitus as more sinewy, and Seneca as more sharp. His pen seems most proper for a troubled and sick state, as ours at present is. You would often say that he paints and pinches us. They who doubt his good faith sufficiently accuse themselves of being his enemy upon some other account. His opinions are sound, and lean to the right side in the Roman affairs; and yet I am angry at him for judging more severely of Pompey than consists with the opinion of those worthy men who lived in the same time and had dealings with him, and to have reputed him on a par with Marius and Sylla, excepting that he was more close. Other writers have not acquitted his intention in the government of affairs from ambition and revenge; and even his friends were afraid that victory would have transported him beyond the bounds of reason, but not to so immeasurable a degree as theirs. Nothing in his life threatened such express cruelty and tyranny. Neither ought we to set suspicion against evidence; and therefore I do not believe Plutarch in this matter. That his narrations were genuine and straightforward may, perhaps, be argued from this very thing, that they do not always apply to the conclusions of his judgments, which he follows according to the bias he has taken, very often beyond the matter he presents us withal, which he has not deigned to alter in the least degree. He needs no excuse for having approved the religion of his time, according as the laws enjoined, and to have been ignorant of the true. This was his misfortune, not his fault. I have principally considered his judgment, and am not very well satisfied therewith throughout; as these words in the letter that Tiberius, old and sick, sent to the Senate: "What shall I write to you, sirs? Or how should I write to you? Or what should I not write to you at this time? May the gods and goddesses lay a worse punishment upon me than I am every day tormented with, if I know." I do not see why he should so positively apply them to a sharp remorse that tormented the conscience of Tiberius; at least, when I was in the same condition, I perceived no such thing. And this also seemed to me a little mean in him, that, having to say that he had borne an honourable office in Rome, he excuses himself that he does not say it out of ostentation. This seems, I say, mean for such a soul as his; for not to speak roundly of a man's self implies some want of courage. A man of solid and lofty judgment, who judges soundly and surely, makes use of his own example upon all occasions, as well as those of others, and gives evidence as freely of himself as of a third person. We are to pass by these common rules of civility in favour of truth and liberty. I dare not only speak of myself, but to speak only of myself. When I write of anything else, I miss my way and wander from my subject. I am not so indiscreetly enamoured of myself, so wholly mixed up with and bound to myself, that I cannot distinguish and consider myself apart, as I do a neighbour or a tree. 'Tis equally a fault not to discern how far a man's worth extends, and to say more than a man discovers in himself. We owe more love to God than to ourselves, and know him less, and yet speak of him as much as we will. If the writings of Tacitus indicate anything true of his qualities, he was a great personage, upright and bold, not of a superstitious, but of a philosophical and generous virtue. One may think him bold in his relations, as where he tells us, that a soldier carrying a burden of wood, his hands were so frozen and so stuck to the load, that they there remained closed and dead, being severed from his arms. I always in such things bow to the authority of so great witnesses. What also he says, that Vespasian, by the favour of the god Serapis, cured a blind woman at Alexandria by anointing her eyes with his spittle, and I know not what other miracle. He says by the example and duty of all his good historians. They record all events of importance, and amongst public incidents are the popular rumours and opinions. 'Tis their part to relate common beliefs, not to regulate them. That part concerns divines and philosophers, directors of consciences; and therefore it was that this companion of his, and a great man like himself, very wisely said, Equidem plura transcribo, quam credo, nam nec affirmare sustineo, de quibus dubito, nec subducere quae accepi. Truly I set down more things than I believe, for I can neither affirm things whereof I doubt, nor suppress what I have heard. Quintus Curtius, 9. And this other, haec neque affirmare neque refellere operae pretium est, famae rerum standum est. 'Tis neither worth the while to affirm or to refute these things, we must stand to report. Livy, 1, Praefatio, and 8, 6. And writing in an age wherein the belief of prodigies began to decline, he says he would not, nevertheless, forbear to insert in his annals, and to give a relation of things received by so many worthy men, and with so great reverence of antiquity. 'Tis very well said. Let them deliver to us history, more as they receive it than as they believe it. I, who am monarch of the matter whereof I treat, and who am accountable to none, do not nevertheless always believe myself. I often hazard sallies of my own wit, wherein I very much suspect myself, and certain verbal quibbles, at which I shake my ears; but I let them go at a venture. I see that others get reputation by such things; 'tis not for me alone to judge. I present myself standing and lying, before and behind, my right side and my left, and in all my natural postures. Wits, though equal in force, are not always equal in taste and application. This is what my memory presents to me in gross, and with uncertainty enough. All judgments in gross are weak and imperfect. End of section 17. Section 18 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 3, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Vanity, Part 1. There is, peradventure, no more manifest vanity than to write of it so vainly. That which divinity has so divinely expressed to us, vanity of vanities, all is vanity, Ecclesiastes 1, 2, ought to be carefully and continually meditated by men of understanding. Who does not see that I have taken a road in which, incessantly and without labour, I shall proceed so long as there shall be ink and paper in the world? I can give no account of my life by my actions. Fortune has placed them too low. I must do it by my fancies. And yet I have seen a gentleman who only communicated his life by the workings of his belly. You might see on his premises a show of a row of basins of 7 or 8 days standing. It was his study, his discourse; all other talk stank in his nostrils. Here, but not so nauseous, are the excrements of an old mind, sometimes thick, sometimes thin, and always indigested. And when shall I have done representing the continual agitation and mutation of my thoughts, as they come into my head, seeing that Diomedes wrote 6,000 books upon the sole subject of grammar? What then ought prating to produce, since prattling and the first beginning to speak stuffed the world with such a horrible load of volumes? So many words for words only. O Pythagoras, why didst not thou allay this tempest? They accused one Galba of old for living idly. He made answer, that every one ought to give account of his actions, but not of his home. He was mistaken, for justice also takes cognizance of those who glean after the reaper. But there should be some restraint of law against foolish and impertinent scribblers, as well as against vagabonds and idle persons; which, if there were, both I and 100 others would be banished from the reach of our people. I do not speak this in jest. Scribbling seems to be a symptom of a disordered and licentious age. When did we write so much as since our troubles? When the Romans so much as upon the point of ruin? Besides that, the refining of wits does not make people wiser in a government. This idle employment springs from this, that every one applies himself negligently to the duty of his vocation, and is easily debauched from it. The corruption of the age is made up by the particular contribution of every individual man. Some contribute treachery, others injustice, irreligion, tyranny, avarice, cruelty, according to their power. The weaker sort contribute folly, vanity, and idleness. Of these I am one. It seems as if it were the season for vain things, when the hurtful oppress us. In a time when doing ill is common, to do but what signifies nothing is a kind of commendation. 'Tis my comfort that I shall be one of the last who shall be called in question, and whilst the greater offenders are being brought to account, I shall have leisure to amend; for it would, methinks, be against reason to punish little inconveniences, whilst we are infested with the greater. As the physician Philotimus said to one who presented him his finger to dress, and who he perceived, both by his complexion and his breath, had an ulcer in his lungs: "Friend, it is not now time to play with your nails." Plutarch, How we may distinguish a flatterer from a friend. And yet I saw some years ago a person whose name and memory I have in very great esteem, in the very height of our great disorders, when there was neither law nor justice, nor magistrate who performed his office, no more than there is now, publish I know not what pitiful reformations about cloths, cookery, and law chicanery. Those are amusements wherewith to feed a people that are ill used, to show that they are not totally forgotten. Those others do the same, who insist upon prohibiting particular ways of speaking, dances, and games, to a people totally abandoned to all sorts of execrable vices. 'Tis no time to bathe and cleanse oneself when one is seized by a violent fever. It was for the Spartans alone to fall to combing and curling themselves, when they were just upon the point of running headlong into some extreme danger of their life. for my part, I have that worse custom, that if my slipper go awry, I let my shirt and my cloak do so too. I scorn to mend myself by halves. When I am in a bad plight, I fasten upon the mischief. I abandon myself through despair. I let myself go towards the precipice, and, as they say, throw the helve after the hatchet. I am obstinate in growing worse, and think myself no longer worth my own care. I am either well or ill throughout. 'Tis a favour to me that the desolation of this kingdom falls out in the desolation of my age. I better suffer that my ill be multiplied, than if my well had been disturbed. That being ill I should grow worse, than that being well I should grow ill. The words I utter in mishap are words of anger. My courage sets up its bristles, instead of letting them down, and, contrary to others, I am more devout in good than in evil fortune, according to the precept of Xenophon, if not according to his reason, and am more ready to turn up my eyes to heaven to return thanks than to crave. I am more solicitous to improve my health when I am well, than to restore it when I am sick. Prosperities are the same discipline and instruction to me that adversities and rods are to others. As if good fortune were a thing inconsistent with good conscience, men never grow good but in evil fortune. Good fortune is to me a singular spur to modesty and moderation. An entreaty wins, a threat checks me. Favour makes me bend, fear stiffens me. Amongst human conditions this is common enough, to be better pleased with foreign things than with our own, and to love innovation and change. Ipsa dies ideo nos grato perluit haustu, quod permutatis hora recurrit equis. The light of day itself shines more pleasantly upon us, because it changes its horses every hour. Spoke of a water hourglass, adds Cotton. I have my share. Those who follow the other extreme, of being quite satisfied and pleased with and in themselves, of valuing what they have above all the rest, and of concluding no beauty can be greater than what they see, if they are not wiser than we, are really more happy. I do not envy their wisdom, but their good fortune. This greedy humour of new and unknown things helps to nourish in me the desire of travel, but a great many more circumstances contribute to it. I am very willing to quit the government of my house. There is, I confess, a kind of convenience in commanding, though it were but in a barn, and in being obeyed by one's people, but 'tis too uniform and languid a pleasure, and is, moreover, of necessity mixed with 1,000 vexatious thoughts. One while the poverty and the oppression of your tenants, another quarrels amongst neighbours, another the trespasses they make upon you afflict you. Aut verberatae grandine vineae, fundusque mendax arbore nunc aquas, culpante nunc torrentia agros, sidera nunc hiemes iniquas. O'er hail-smitten vines and the deceptive farm, now trees damaged by the rains, or years of dearth, now summer's heat burning up the petals, now destructive winters. Horace, Odes, 3:1-29. And that God scarce in 6 months sends a season wherein your bailiff can do his business as he should, but that if it serves the vines, it spoils the meadows. Aut nimiis torret fervoribus aeterius sol, aut subiti perimunt imbres, gelidaeque pruinae, flabraque ventorum violento turbine vexant. Either the scorching sun burns up your fields, or sudden rains or frosts destroy your harvests, or a violent wind carries away all before it. Lucretius, 5, 216. To which may be added the new and neat-made shoe of the man of old, that hurts your foot, and that a stranger does not understand how much it costs you, and what you contribute to maintain that show of order that is seen in your family, and that, peradventure, you buy too dear. I came late to the government of a house. They whom nature sent into the world before me long eased me of that trouble, so that I had already taken another bent more suitable to my humour. Yet, for so much as I have seen, 'tis an employment more troublesome than hard. Whoever is capable of anything else will easily do this. Had I a mind to be rich, that way would seem too long. I had served my kings, a more profitable traffic than any other. Since I pretend to nothing but the reputation of having got nothing or dissipated nothing, conformably to the rest of my life, improper either to do good or ill of any moment, and that I only desire to pass on, I can do it, thanks be to God, without any great endeavour. At the worst, evermore prevent poverty by lessening your expense. 'Tis that which I make my great concern, and doubt not but to do it before I shall be compelled. As to the rest, I have sufficiently settled my thoughts to live upon less than I have, and live contentedly. Non aestimatione census, verum victu atque cultu terminantur pecuniae modus. 'Tis not by the value of possessions, but by our daily subsistence and tillage, that our riches are truly estimated. Cicero, Paradox, 6, 3. My real need does not so wholly take up all I have, that fortune has not whereon to fasten her teeth without biting to the quick. My presence, heedless and ignorant as it is, does me great service in my domestic affairs. I employ myself in them, but it goes against the hair, finding that I have this in my house, that though I burn my candle at one end by myself, the other is not spared. Journeys do me no harm, but only by their expense, which is great, and more than I am well able to bear, being always wont to travel with not only a necessary but a handsome equipage. I must make them so much shorter and fewer. I spend therein but the froth, and what I have reserved for such uses, delaying and deferring my motion till that be ready. I will not that the pleasure of going abroad spoil the pleasure of being retired at home. On the contrary, I intend they shall nourish and favour one another. Fortune has assisted me in this, that since my principal profession in this life was to live at ease, and rather idly than busily, She has deprived me of the necessity of growing rich to provide for the multitude of my heirs. If there be not enough for one, of that whereof I had so plentifully enough, at his peril be it. His imprudence will not deserve that I should wish him any more. And every one, according to the example of Phocion, provides sufficiently for his children, who so provides for them as to leave them as much as was left him. I should by no means like Crates's way. He left his money in the hands of a banker with this condition, that if his children were fools, he should then give it to them; if wise, he should then distribute it to the most foolish of the people; as if fools, for being less capable of living without riches, were more capable of using them. At all events, the damage occasioned by my absence seems not to deserve, so long as I am able to support it, that I should waive the occasions of diverting myself by that troublesome assistance. There is always something that goes amiss. The affairs, one while of one house, and then of another, tear you to pieces. You pry into everything too near. Your perspicacity hurts you here, as well as in other things. I steal away from occasions of vexing myself, and turn from the knowledge of things that go amiss; and yet I cannot so order it, but that every hour I jostle against something or other that displeases me; and the tricks that they most conceal from me are those that I the soonest come to know. Some there are that, not to make matters worse, a man must himself help to conceal. Vain vexations; vain sometimes, but always vexations. The smallest and slightest impediments are the most piercing, and as little letters most tire the eyes, so do little affairs most disturb us. The rout of little ills more offend than one, how great soever. By how much domestic thorns are numerous and slight, by so much they prick deeper and without warning, easily surprising us when least we suspect them. Now Homer shews us clearly enough how surprise gives the advantage, who represents Ulysses weeping at the death of his dog, and not weeping at the tears of his mother. The first accident, trivial as it was, got the better of him, coming upon him quite unexpectedly. He sustained the second, though more potent, because he was prepared for it. 'Tis light occasions that humble our lives. I am no philosopher. Evils oppress me according to their weight, and they weigh as much according to the form as the matter, and very often more. If I have therein more perspicacity than the vulgar, I have also more patience. In short, they weigh with me if they do not hurt me. Life is a tender thing, and easily molested. Since my age has made me grow more pensive and morose. Nemo enim resistit sibi, cum caeperit impelli. For no man resists himself when he has begun to be driven forward. Seneca, Ep. 13. For the most trivial cause imaginable, I irritate that humour which afterwards nourishes and exasperates itself of its own motion, attracting and heaping up matter upon matter whereon to feed. Stiliciti casus lapidem cavat. The ever falling drop hollows out a stone. Lucretius, 1, 314. These continual tricklings consume and ulcerate me. Ordinary inconveniences are never light, they are continual and inseparable, especially when they spring from the members of a family continual and inseparable. When I consider my affairs at distance and engross, I find, because perhaps my memory is none of the best, that they have gone on hitherto improving beyond my reason or expectation. My revenue seems greater than it is, its prosperity betrays me. But when I pry more narrowly into the business, and see how all things go, tum vero in curas animum deducimus omnes. Indeed, we lead the mind into all sorts of cares. Aeneid, 5, 720. I have 1,000 things to desire and to fear. To give them quite over is very easy for me to do, but to look after them without trouble is very hard. 'Tis a miserable thing to be in a place where everything you see employs and concerns you, and I fancy that I more cheerfully enjoy the pleasures of another man's house, and with greater and a purer relish than those of my own. Diogenes answered according to my humour him who asked him what sort of wine he liked the best. That of another, said he. My father took a delight in building at Montaigne, where he was born, and in all the government of domestic affairs I love to follow his example and rules, and I shall engage those who are to succeed me, as much as in me lies, to do the same. Could I do better for him, I would, and am proud that his will is still performing and acting by me. God forbid that in my hands I should ever suffer any image of life that I am able to render to so good a father to fail. And wherever I have taken in hand to strengthen some old foundations of walls, and to repair some ruinous buildings, in earnest, I have done it more out of respect to his design than my own satisfaction, and am angry at myself that I have not proceeded further to finish the beginnings he left in his house, and so much the more, because I am very likely to be the last possessor of my race, and to give the last hand to it. For, as to my own particular application, neither the pleasure of building, which they say is so bewitching, nor hunting, nor gardens, nor the other pleasures of a retired life, can much amuse me; and 'tis what I am angry at myself for, as I am for all other opinions that are incommodious to me, which I would not so much care to have vigorous and learned, as I would have them easy and convenient for life. They are true and sound enough, if they are useful and pleasing. Such as hear me declare my ignorance in husbandry, whisper in my ear that it is disdain, and that I neglect to know its instruments, its seasons, its order, how they dress my vines, how they graft, and to know the names and forms of herbs and fruits, and the preparing the meat on which I live, the names and prices of the stuffs I wear, because, say they, I have set my heart upon some higher knowledge. They kill me in saying so. It is not disdain, it is folly, and rather stupidity than glory. I had rather be a good horseman than a good logician. Quin tu aliquid saltem potius, quorum indiget usus, viminibus mollique paras detexere junco. Dost thou not rather do something which is required, and make osier and reed basket? Virgil, Eclogues, ii. 71. We occupy our thoughts about the general and about universal causes and conducts, which will very well carry on themselves without our care, and leave our own business at random, and Michael much more our concern than man. Now I am, indeed, for the most part at home, but I would be there better pleased than anywhere else. Sit meae sedes utinam senectae, sit modus lasso maris et viarum militiaeque. Let my old age have a fixed seat, let there be a limit to fatigues from the sea, journeys, warfare. Horace, Odes, ii. 6, 6. I know not whether or no I shall bring it about. I could wish that, instead of some other member of his succession, my father had resigned to me the passionate affection he had in his old age to his household affairs. He was happy in that he could accommodate his desires to his fortune, and satisfy himself with what he had. Political philosophy may to much purpose condemn the meanness and sterility of my employment, if I can once come to relish it as he did. I am of opinion that the most honourable calling is to serve the public, and to be useful to many. Fructus enim ingenii et virtutis, omnisque praestantiae, tum maximus capitur, cum in proximum quemque confertur. For the greatest enjoyment of evil and virtue, and of all excellence, is experienced when they are conferred on some one nearest. Cicero, De Amicitia, chapter 19. For myself, I disclaim it, partly out of conscience, for where I see the weight that lies upon such employments, I perceive also the little means I have to supply it, and Plato, a master in all political government himself, nevertheless took care to abstain from it; and partly out of cowardice. I content myself with enjoying the world without bustle, only to live an excusable life, and such as may neither be a burden to myself nor to any other. Never did any man more fully and feebly suffer himself to be governed by a third person than I should do, had I any one to whom to entrust myself. One of my wishes at this time should be, to have a son-in-law that knew handsomely how to cherish my old age, and to rock it asleep, into whose hands I might deposit in full sovereignty the management and use of all my goods, that he might dispose of them as I do, and get by them what I get, provided that he on his part were truly acknowledging and a friend. But we live in a world where loyalty of one's own children is unknown. He who has the charge of my purse in his travels has it purely and without control. He could cheat me thoroughly if he came to reckoning, and if he is not a devil, I oblige him to deal faithfully with me by so entire a trust. Multi fallere docuerunt, dum timent falli, et aliis jus peccandi suspicando fecerunt. Many have taught others to deceive, while they fear to be deceived, and, by suspecting them, have given them a title to do ill. Seneca, Epistle 3. The most common security I take of my people is ignorance. I never presume any to be vicious till I have first found them so, and repose the most confidence in the younger sort, that I think are least spoiled by ill example. I had rather be told at 2 months' end that I have spent 400 crowns, than to have my ears battered every night with 3, 5, 7. And I have been, in this way, as little robbed as another. It is true, I am willing enough not to see it. I, in some sort, purposely harbour a kind of perplexed, uncertain knowledge of my money. Up to a certain point, I am content to doubt. One must leave a little room for the infidelity or indiscretion of a servant. If you have left enough in gross to do your business, let the overplus of Fortune's liberality run a little more freely at her mercy. 'Tis the gleaner's portion. After all, I do not so much value the fidelity of my people as I contemn their injury. What a mean and ridiculous thing it is for a man to study his money, to delight in handling and telling it over and over again! 'Tis by this avarice makes its approaches. In 18 years that I have had my estate in my own hands, I could never prevail with myself either to read over my deeds or examine my principal affairs, which ought, of necessity, to pass under my knowledge and inspection. 'Tis not a philosophical disdain of worldly and transitory things; my taste is not purified to that degree, and I value them at as great a rate at least as they are worth; but 'tis, in truth, an inexcusable and childish laziness and negligence. What would I not rather do than read a contract, or than, as a slave to my own business, tumble over those dusty writings, or, which is worse, those of another man, as so many do nowadays, to get money? I grudge nothing but care and trouble, and endeavour nothing so much as to be careless and at ease. I had been much fitter, I believe, could it have been without obligation and servitude, to have lived upon another man's fortune than my own; and indeed I do not know, when I examine it nearer, whether, according to my humour, what I have to suffer from my affairs and servants has not in it something more abject, troublesome, and tormenting than there would be in serving a man better born than myself, who would govern me with a gentle rein, and a little at my own case. Servitus obedientia est fracti animi et abiecti, arbitrio carentis suo. Servitude is the obedience of a subdued and abject mind, wanting its own free will. Cicero, Paradox, 5, 1. Crates did worse, who threw himself into the liberty of poverty, only to rid himself of the inconveniences and cares of his house. This is what I would not do. I hate poverty equally with pain; but I could be content to change the kind of life I live for another that was humbler and less chargeable. End of section 18. Section 19 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 3, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Vanity, Part 2. When absent from home, I divest myself of all these thoughts, and should be less concerned for the ruin of a tower than I am, when present, at the fall of a tile. My mind is easily composed at distance, but suffers as much as that of the meanest peasant when I am at home. The reins of my bridle being wrongly put on, or a strap flapping against my leg, will keep me out of humour a day together. I raise my courage well enough against inconveniences. Lift up my eyes I cannot. Sensus, o superi, sensus. The senses, O ye gods, the senses. I am at home responsible for whatever goes amiss. Few masters, I speak of those of medium condition, such as mine, and if there be any such, they are more happy, can rely so much upon another, but that the greatest part of the burden will lie upon their own shoulders. This takes much from my grace in entertaining visitors, so that I have, peradventure, detained some rather out of expectation of a good dinner than by my own behaviour, and lose much of the pleasure I ought to reap at my own house from the visitation and assembling of my friends. The most ridiculous carriage of a gentleman in his own house is to see him bustling about the business of the place, whispering one servant, and looking an angry look at another. It ought insensibly to slide along, and to represent an ordinary current, and I think it unhandsome to talk much to our guests of their entertainment, whether by way of bragging or excuse. I love order and cleanliness. Et cantarus et lanx ostendunt mihi me. The dishes and the glasses shew me my own reflection. Horace, Epistles, 1, 5, 23. More than abundance, and at home have an exact regard to necessity, little to outward show. If a footman falls to cuffs at another man's house, or stumble and throw a dish before him as he is carrying it up, you only laugh and make a jest on't. You sleep whilst the master of the house is arranging a bill of fare with his steward for your morrow's entertainment. I speak according as I do myself, quite appreciating, nevertheless, good husbandry in general, and how pleasant, quiet and prosperous household management, carried regularly on, is to some natures; and not wishing to fasten my own errors and inconveniences to the thing, nor to give Plato the lie, who looks upon it as the most pleasant employment to every one to do his particular affairs without wrong to another. When I travel, I have nothing to care for but myself and the laying out my money, which is disposed of by one single precept. Too many things are required to the raking it together. In that I understand nothing. In spending I understand a little, and how to give some show to my expense, which is indeed its principal use. But I rely too ambitiously upon it, which renders it unequal and difform, and, moreover, immoderate in both the one and the other aspect. If it makes a show, if it serve the turn, I indiscreetly let it run, and as indiscreetly tie up my purse strings, if it does not shine and does not please me. Whatever it be, whether art or nature, that imprints in us the condition of living by reference to others, it does us much more harm than good. We deprive ourselves of our own utilities to accommodate appearances to the common opinion. We care not so much what our being is, as to us and in reality, as what it is to the public observation. Even the properties of the mind and wisdom itself seem fruitless to us, if only enjoyed by ourselves, and if it produce not itself to the view and approbation of others. There is a sort of men whose gold runs in streams underground, imperceptibly; others expose it all in plates and branches; so that to the one a liard is worth a crown, and to the others the inverse; the world esteeming its use and value according to the show. All over nice solicitude about riches smells of avarice; even the very disposing of it, with a too systematic and artificial liberality, is not worth a painful superintendence and solicitude. He that will order his expense to just so much, makes it too pinched and narrow. The keeping or spending are of themselves indifferent things, and receive no colour of good or ill, but according to the application of the will. The other cause that tempts me out to these journeys is inaptitude for the present manners in our state. I could easily console myself for this corruption in regard to the public interest. Pejoraque saecula feri temporibus quorum sceleri non invenit ipsa nomen et a nullo posuit natura metallo. And worse than the iron ages, for whose crimes there is no similitude in any of nature's metals. Juvenal 13, 28. But not to my own. I am, in particular, too much oppressed by them, for in my neighbourhood we are of late, by the long licence of our civil wars, grown old in so riotous a form of state, quippe ubi fas versum atque nefas, where wrong and right have changed places. Virgil, Georgicon, 1, 504. That in earnest 'tis a wonder how it can subsist. Armati terram exercent semperque recentes, convectare juvat praedas, et vivere rapto. Men plough, girt with arms, ever delighting in fresh robberies, and living by rapine. Aeneid, 7, 748. In fine, I see by our example that the society of men is maintained and held together at what price soever. In what condition soever they are placed, they still close and stick together, both moving and in heaps; as ill united bodies, that, shuffled together without order, find of themselves a means to unite and settle, often better than they could have been disposed by art. King Philip mustered up a rabble of the most wicked and incorrigible rascals he could pick out, and put them all together into a city he had caused to be built for that purpose, which bore their name. I believe that they, even from vices themselves, erected a government amongst them, and a commodious and just society. I see not one action, or 3, or 100, but manners, in common and received use, so ferocious, especially in inhumanity and treachery, which are to me the worst of all vices, that I have not the heart to think of them without horror, and almost as much admire as I detest them. The exercise of these signal villainies carries with it as great signs of vigour and force of soul as of error and disorder. Necessity reconciles and brings men together, and this accidental connection afterwards forms itself into laws. For there have been such, as savage as any human opinion could conceive, who, nevertheless, have maintained their body with as much health and length of life as any Plato or Aristotle could invent. And certainly all these descriptions of polities, feigned by art, are found to be ridiculous and unfit to be put in practice. These great and tedious debates about the best form of society and the most commodious rules to bind us are debates only proper for the exercise of our wits, as in the arts there are several subjects which have their being in agitation and controversy, and have no life but there. Such an idea of government might be of some value in a new world, but we take a world already made and formed to certain customs. We do not beget it as Pyrrha or Cadmus did. By what means soever we may have the privilege to redress and reform it anew, we can hardly writhe it from its wonted bent, but we shall break all. Solon being asked whether he had established the best laws he could for the Athenians, "Yes," said he, "of those they would have received." Varro excuses himself after the same manner, that if he were to begin to write of religion, he would say what he believed, but seeing it was already received, he would write rather according to use than nature. Not according to opinion, but in truth and reality, the best and most excellent government for every nation is that under which it is maintained. Its form and essential convenience depend upon custom. We are apt to be displeased at the present condition, but I nevertheless maintain that to desire command in a few, an oligarchy, in a republic, or another sort of government in monarchy than that already established, is both vice and folly. Aime l'estat tel que tu le vois estre, s'il est royal, aime la royauté, s'il est dépure, ou bien communauté, aime-le aussi, car Dieu t'y a fait naître. Love the government such as you see it to be. If it be royal, love royalty. If it is a republic of any sort, still love it, for God himself created thee therein. So wrote the good Monsieur de Pibrac, whom we have lately lost, a man of so excellent a wit, such sound opinions, and such gentle manners. This loss, and that at the same time we have had of Monsieur de Foix, are of so great importance to the crown, that I do not know whether there is another couple in France worthy to supply the places of these two Gascons in sincerity and wisdom in the council of our kings. They were both variously great men, and certainly, according to the age, rare and great, each of them in his kind. But what destiny was it that placed them in these times, men so remote from and so disproportioned to our corruption and intestine tumults? Nothing presses so hard upon a state as innovation. Change only gives form to injustice and tyranny. When any peace is loosened, it may be proper to stay it. One may take care that the alteration and corruption natural to all things do not carry us too far from our beginnings and principles, but to undertake to found so great a mass anew, and to change the foundations of so vast a building, is for them to do who to make clean efface, who reform particular defects by an universal confusion, and cure diseases by death. Non tam commutandarum quam evertendarum rerum cupidi. Not so desirous of changing as of overthrowing things. Cicero, De Officiis, 2:1. The world is unapt to be cured, and so impatient of anything that presses it, that it thinks of nothing but disengaging itself at what price soever. We see by 1,000 examples that it ordinarily cures itself to its cost. The discharge of a present evil is no cure, if there be not a general amendment of condition. The surgeon's end is not only to cut away the dead flesh, that is but the progress of his cure. He has a care, over and above, to fill up the wound with better and more natural flesh, and to restore the member to its due state. Whoever only proposes to himself to remove that which offends him falls short, for good does not necessarily succeed evil. Another evil may succeed, and a worse, as it happened to Caesar's murderers, who brought the republic to such a pass that they had reason to repent the meddling with the matter. The same has since happened to several others, even down to our own times. The French, my contemporaries, know it well enough. All great mutations shake and disorder a state. Whoever would look direct at a cure, and well consider of it before he began, would be very willing to withdraw his hands from meddling in it. Pacuvius Calavius corrected the vice of this proceeding by a notable example. His fellow citizens were in mutiny against their magistrates. He, being a man of great authority in the city of Capua, found means one day to shut up the senators in the palace, and calling the people together in the marketplace, there told them that the day was now come wherein at full liberty they might revenge themselves on the tyrants by whom they had been so long oppressed, and whom he had now, all alone and unarmed, at his mercy. He then advised that they should call these out one, by lot, and should individually determine as to each, causing whatever should be decreed to be immediately executed, with this proviso, that they should at the same time depute some honest man in the place of him who was condemned, to the end there might be no vacancy in the Senate. They had no sooner heard the name of one senator, but a great cry of universal dislike was raised up against him. I see, says Pacuvius, that we must put him out. He is a wicked fellow. Let us look out a good one in his room. Immediately there was a profound silence, every one being at a stand whom to choose. But one, more impudent than the rest, having named his man, there arose yet a greater consent of voices against him, 100 imperfections being laid to his charge, and as many just reasons why he should not stand. These contradictory humours growing hot, it fared worse with the second senator and the third, there being as much disagreement in the election of the new as consent in the putting out of the old. In the end, growing weary of this bustle to no purpose, they began, some one way and some another, to steal out of the assembly, every one carrying back this resolution in his mind, that the oldest and best known evil was ever more supportable than one that was new and untried. Seeing how miserably we are agitated, for what have we not done? Eheu cicatricum et sceleris pudet, fratrumque, quid nos dura refugimus, aetas, quid intactum nefasti liquimus, unde manus inventus metu deorum continuit, quibus pepercit aris. Alas, our crimes and our fratricides are a shame to us. What crime does this bad age shrink from? What wickedness have we left undone? What youth is restrained from evil by the fear of the gods? What altar is spared? Horace, Odes, 1, 33, 35. I do not presently conclude, ipsa si velit salus servare prorsus non potest hanc familiam. If the goddess Salus herself wish to save this family, she absolutely cannot. Terence, Adelphoe, 4, 7, 43. We are not, peradventure, at our last gasp. The conservation of states is a thing that, in all likelihood, surpasses our understanding. A civil government is, as Plato says, a mighty and puissant thing, and hard to be dissolved. It often continues against mortal and intestine diseases, against the injury of unjust laws, against tyranny, the corruption and ignorance of magistrates, the license and sedition of the people. In all our fortunes, we compare ourselves to what is above us, and still look towards those who are better. But let us measure ourselves with what is below us. There is no condition so miserable wherein a man may not find 1,000 examples that will administer consolation. 'Tis our vice that we more unwillingly look upon what is above than willingly upon what is below. And Solon was used to say, that whoever would make a heap of all the ills together, there is no one who would not rather choose to bear away the ills he has, than to come to an equal division with all other men from that heap, and take his share. Our government is, indeed, very sick, but there have been others more sick without dying. The gods play at ball with us, and bandy us every way. Enim vero dii nos homines quasi pilas habent. The stars fatally destined the state of Rome for an example of what they could do in this kind. In it are comprised all the forms and adventures that concern a state, all that order or disorder, good or evil fortune can do. Who, then, can despair of his condition, seeing the shocks and commotions wherewith Rome was tumbled and tossed, and yet withstood them all? If the extent of dominion be the health of a state, which I by no means think it is, and Isocrates pleases me when he instructs Nicocles not to envy princes who have large dominions, but those who know how to preserve those which have fallen into their hands. That of Rome was never so sound as when it was most sick. The worst of her forms was the most fortunate. One can hardly discern any image of government under the first emperors. It is the most horrible and tumultuous confusion that can be imagined. It endured it notwithstanding, and therein continued, preserving not a monarchy limited within its own bounds, but so many nations so differing, so remote, so disaffected, so confusedly commanded, and so unjustly conquered. Nec gentibus ullis commodat in populum terrae pelagique potentem, invidiam fortuna suam. Fortune never gave it to any nation to satisfy its hatred against the people, masters of the seas and of the earth. Lucan 1:32. Everything that totters does not fall. The contexture of so great a body holds by more nails than one. It holds even by its antiquity, like old buildings, from which the foundations are worn away by time without rough cast or mortar, which yet live and support themselves by their own weight. Nec iam validis radicibus haerens, pondere tuta suo est. Moreover, it is not rightly to go to work to examine only the flank and the fosse to judge of the security of a place. We must observe which way approaches can be made to it, and in what condition the assailant is. Few vessels sink with their own weight, and without some exterior violence. Now let us every way cast our eyes. Everything about us totters. In all the great states, both of Christendom and elsewhere, that are known to us, if you will but look, you will there see evident menace of alteration and ruin. Et sua sunt illis incommoda, parque per omnes tempestas. They all share in the mischief. The tempest rages everywhere. Aeneid 11:423. Astrologers may very well, as they do, warn us of great revolutions and imminent mutations. Their prophecies are present and palpable. They need not go to heaven to foretell this. There is not only consolation to be extracted from this universal combination of ills and menaces, but, moreover, some hopes of the continuation of our state, forasmuch as, naturally, nothing falls where all falls. Universal sickness is particular health. Conformity is antagonistic to dissolution. For my part, I despair not, and fancy that I discover ways to save us. Deus haec fortasse benigna reducet in sedem vice. The deity will perchance by a favourable turn restore us to our former position. Horace, Epodes, 13:7. Who knows but that God will have it happen, as in human bodies that purge and restore themselves to a better state by long and grievous maladies, which render them more entire and perfect health than that they took from them? That which weighs the most with me is, that in reckoning the symptoms of our ill, I see as many natural ones, and that heaven sends us, and properly its own, as of those that our disorder and human imprudence contribute to it. The very stars seem to declare that we have already continued long enough, and beyond the ordinary term. This also afflicts me, that the mischief which nearest threatens us is not an alteration in the entire and solid mass, but its dissipation and divulsion, which is the most extreme of our fears. I, moreover, fear in these fantasies of mine the treachery of my memory, lest by inadvertence it should make me write the same thing twice. I hate to examine myself, and never review, but very unwillingly, what has once escaped my pen. I here set down nothing new. These are common thoughts, and having, peradventure, conceived them 100 times, I am afraid I have set them down somewhere else already. Repetition is everywhere troublesome, though it were in Homer; but 'tis ruinous in things that have only a superficial and transitory show. I do not love over insisting, even in the most profitable things, as in Seneca, and the usage of his stoical school displeases me to repeat upon every subject, at full length and width, the principles and presuppositions that serve in general, and always to re-allege anew common and universal reasons. My memory grows cruelly worse every day. Pocula letaeos ut seducentia somnos, arente fauce traxerim. As if my dry throat had drunk seducing cups of Lethean oblivion. Horace, Epodes, 14:3. I must be fain for the time to come, for hitherto, thanks be to God, nothing has happened much amiss; whereas others seek time and opportunity to think of what they have to say, to avoid all preparation, for fear of tying myself to some obligation upon which I must insist. To be tied and bound to a thing puts me quite out, and to depend upon so weak an instrument as my memory. I never read this following story that I am not offended at it with a personal and natural resentment. Lyncestes, accused of conspiracy against Alexander, the day that he was brought out before the army, according to the custom, to be heard as to what he could say for himself, had learned a studied speech, of which, hesitating and stammering, he pronounced some words. Whilst growing more and more perplexed, whilst struggling with his memory, and trying to recollect what he had to say, the soldiers nearest to him charged their pikes against him and killed him, looking upon him as convict. His confusion and silence served them for a confession; for having had so much leisure to prepare himself in prison, they concluded that it was not his memory that failed him, but that his conscience tied up his tongue and stopped his mouth. And truly well said: the place, the assembly, the expectation astound a man, even when he has but the ambition to speak well? What can a man do when 'tis an harangue upon which his life depends? For my part, the very being tied to what I am to say is enough to loose me from it. When I wholly commit and refer myself to my memory, I lay so much stress upon it that it sinks under me, it grows dismayed with the burden. So much as I trust to it, so much do I put myself out of my own power, even to the finding it difficult to keep my own countenance, and have been sometimes very much put to it to conceal the slavery wherein I was engaged, whereas my design is to manifest, in speaking, a perfect calmness both of face and accent, and casual and unpremeditated motions, as rising from present occasions, choosing rather to say nothing to purpose than to show that I came prepared to speak well, a thing especially unbecoming a man of my profession, and of too great obligation on him who cannot retain much. The preparation begets a great deal more expectation than it will satisfy. A man often strips himself to his doublet to leap no farther than he would have done in his gown. Nihil est his qui placere volunt tum adversarium quam expectatio. Nothing is so adverse to those who make it their business to please as expectation. Cicero, Academica, 2, 4. It is recorded of the orator Curio, that when he proposed the division of his oration into 3 or 4 parts, or 3 or 4 arguments or reasons, it often happened either that he forgot some one, or added 1 or 2 more. I have always avoided falling into this inconvenience, having ever hated these promises and prescriptions, not only out of distrust of my memory, but also because this method relishes too much of the artist. Simpliciora militares decent. Simplicity becomes warriors. Quintilian, Institutio Oratoria, 11:1. 'Tis enough that I have promised to myself never again to take upon me to speak in a place of respect, for, as to speaking, when a man reads his speech, besides that it is very absurd, it is a mighty disadvantage to those who naturally could give it a grace by action, and to rely upon the mercy of my present invention, I would much less do it. 'Tis heavy and perplexed, and such as would never furnish me in sudden and important necessities. End of section 19. Section 20 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 3, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Vanity, Part 3. Permit, reader, this essay its course also, and this third sitting to finish the rest of my picture. I add, but I correct not. First, because I conceive that a man having once parted with his labours to the world, he has no further right to them. Let him do better if he can, in some new undertaking, but not adulterate what he has already sold. Of such dealers nothing should be bought till after they are dead. Let them well consider what they do before they produce it to the light. Who hastens them? My book is always the same, saving that upon every new edition, that the buyer may not go away quite empty, I take the liberty to add, as 'tis but an ill-jointed marqueterie, some supernumerary emblem. It is but overweight, that does not disfigure the primitive form of the essays, but by a little artful subtlety gives a kind of particular value to every one of those that follow. Thence, however, will easily happen some transposition of chronology, my stories taking place according to their opportuneness, not always according to their age. Secondly, because as to what concerns myself, I fear to lose by change. My understanding does not always go forward, it goes backward too. I do not much less suspect my fancies for being the second or the third, than for being the first, or present, or past. We often correct ourselves as foolishly as we do others. I am grown older by a great many years since my first publications, which were in the year 1580. But I very much doubt whether I am grown an inch the wiser. I now, and I anon, are two several persons, but whether better, I cannot determine. It were a fine thing to be old, if we only travelled towards improvement, but 'tis a drunken, stumbling, reeling, infirm motion, like that of reeds, which the air casually waves to and fro at pleasure. Antiochus had in his youth strongly written in favour of the Academy. In his old age he wrote as much against it. Would not, which of these two soever I should follow, be still Antiochus? After having established the uncertainty, to go about to establish the certainty of human opinions, was it not to establish doubt, and not certainty, and to promise that had he had yet another age to live, he would be always upon terms of altering his judgment, not so much for the better as for something else? The public favour has given me a little more confidence than I expected; but what I most fear is, lest I should glut the world with my writings. I had rather, of the two, pique my reader than tire him, as a learned man of my time has done. Praise is always pleasing, let it come from whom or upon what account it will. Yet ought a man to understand why he is commended, that he may know how to keep up the same reputation still. Imperfections themselves may get commendation. The vulgar and common estimation is seldom happy in hitting; and I am much mistaken if, amongst the writings of my time, the worst are not those which have gained the popular applause. For my part, I return my thanks to those good-natured men who are pleased to take my weak endeavours in good part. The faults of the workmanship are nowhere so apparent as in a matter which of itself has no recommendation. Blame not me, reader, for those that slip in here by the fancy or inadvertency of others. Every hand, every artisan contribute their own materials. I neither concern myself with orthography, and only care to have it after the old way, nor pointing, being very inexpert both in the one and the other. Where they wholly break the sense, I am very little concerned, for they at least discharge me; but where they substitute a false one, as they so often do, and wrest me to their conception, they ruin me. When the sentence, nevertheless, is not strong enough for my proportion, a civil person ought to reject it as spurious, and none of mine. Whoever shall know how lazy I am, and how indulgent to my own humour, will easily believe that I had rather write as many more essays, than be tied to revise these over again for so childish a correction. I said elsewhere, that being planted in the very centre of this new religion, I am not only deprived of any great familiarity with men of other kind of manners than my own, and of other opinions, by which they hold together, as by a tie that supersedes all other obligations; but moreover I do not live without danger, amongst men to whom all things are equally lawful, and of whom the most part cannot offend the laws more than they have already done; from which the extremest degree of licence proceeds. All the particular being summed up together, I do not find one man of my country who pays so dear for the defence of our laws both in loss and damages, as the lawyers say, as myself; and some there are who vapour and brag of their zeal and constancy, that if things were justly weighed, do much less than I. My house, as one that has ever been open and free to all comers, and civil to all, for I could never persuade myself to make it a garrison of war, war being a thing that I prefer to see as remote as may be, has sufficiently merited popular kindness, and so that it would be a hard matter justly to insult over me upon my own dunghill; and I look upon it as a wonderful and exemplary thing, that it yet continues a virgin from blood and plunder during so long a storm, and so many neighbouring revolutions and tumults. For, to confess the truth, it had been possible enough for a man of my complexion to have shaken hands with any one constant and continued form whatever; but the contrary invasions and incursions, alternations and vicissitudes of fortune round about me, have hitherto more exasperated than calmed and mollified the temper of the country, and involved me over and over again with invincible difficulties and dangers. I escape, 'tis true, but am troubled that it is more by chance, and something of my own prudence, than by justice; and am not satisfied to be out of the protection of the laws, and under any other safeguard than theirs. As matters stand, I live, above one half, by the favour of others, which is an untoward obligation. I do not like to owe my safety either to the generosity or affection of great persons, who allow me my legality and my liberty, or to the obliging manners of my predecessors, or my own; for what if I were another kind of man? If my deportment and the frankness of my conversation or relationship oblige my neighbours, 'tis that they should acquit themselves of obligation in only permitting me to live; and they may say, we allow him the free liberty of having divine service read in his own private chapel, when it is interdicted in all churches round about, and allow him the use of his goods and his life, as one who protects our wives and cattle in time of need. For my house has for many descents shared in the reputation of Lycurgus the Athenian, who was the general depository and guardian of the purses of his fellow citizens. Now I am clearly of opinion that a man should live by right and by authority, and not either by recompense or favour. How many gallant men have rather chosen to lose their lives than to be debtors for them? I hate to subject myself to any sort of obligation, but above all to that which binds me by the duty of honour. I think nothing so dear as what has been given me, and this because my will lies at pawn under the title of gratitude, and more willingly accept of services that are to be sold. I feel that for the last I give nothing but money, but for the other I give myself. The knot that binds me by the laws of courtesy binds me more than that of civil constraint. I am much more at ease when bound by a scrivener than by myself. Is it not reason that my conscience should be much more engaged when men simply rely upon it? In a bond my faith owes nothing, because it has nothing lent it. Let them trust to the security they have taken without me. I had much rather break the wall of a prison and the laws themselves than my own word. I am nice, even to superstition, in keeping my promises, and therefore, upon all occasions, have a care to make them uncertain and conditional. To those of no great moment, I add the jealousy of my own rule to make them wait. It racks and oppresses me with its own interest. Even in actions wholly my own and free, if I once say a thing, I conceive that I have bound myself, and that delivering it to the knowledge of another, I have positively enjoined it my own performance. Methinks I promise it, if I but say it, and therefore am not apt to say much of that kind. The sentence that I pass upon myself is more severe than that of a judge, who only considers the common obligation. But my conscience looks upon it with a more severe and penetrating eye. I lag in those duties to which I should be compelled if I did not go. Hoc ipsum ita justum est, quod recte fit, si est voluntarium. This itself is so far just, that it is rightly done if it is voluntary. Cicero, De Officiis, 1:9. If the action has not some splendour of liberty, it has neither grace nor honour. Quod vos jus cogit, vix voluntate impetrent. That which the laws compel us to do, we scarcely do with a will. Terence, Adelphoe, 3:3, 44. Where necessity draws me, I love to let my will take its own course. Quia quisquid imperio cogitur, exigenti magis, quam praestanti acceptum refertur. For whatever is compelled by power is more imputed to him that exacts than to him that performs. Valerius Maximus, 2:2, 6. I know some who follow this rule even to injustice, who will sooner give than restore, sooner lend than pay, and will do them the least good to whom they are most obliged. I don't go so far as that, but I'm not far off. I so much love to disengage and disobligate myself, that I have sometimes looked upon ingratitudes, affronts, and indignities which I have received from those to whom, either by nature or accident, I was bound in some way of friendship, as an advantage to me, taking this occasion of their ill usage for an acquaintance and discharge of so much of my debt. And though I still continue to pay them all the external offices of public reason, I, notwithstanding, find a great saving in doing that upon the account of justice, which I did upon the score of affection, and am a little eased of the attention and solicitude of my inward will. Est prudentis sustinere, ut curum, sic impetum benevolentia. 'Tis the part of a wise man to keep a curbing hand upon the impetus of friendship, as upon that of his horse. Cicero, De Amicitia, chapter 17. 'Tis in me to urging and pressing where I take, at least for a man who loves not to be strained at all; and this husbanding my friendship serves me for a sort of consolation in the imperfections of those in whom I am concerned. I am very sorry they are not such as I could wish they were, but then I also am spared somewhat of my application and engagement towards them. I approve of a man who is the less fond of his child for having a scald head, or for being crooked, and not only when he is ill conditioned, but also when he is of unhappy disposition, and imperfect in his limbs. God himself has abated so much from his value and natural estimation, provided he carry himself in this coldness of affection with moderation and exact justice. Proximity with me lessens not defects, but rather aggravates them. After all, according to what I understand in the science of benefit and acknowledgment, which is a subtle science, and of great use, I know no person whatever more free and less indebted than I am at this hour. What I do owe is simply to foreign obligations and benefits. As to anything else, no man is more absolutely clear. Nec sunt mihi nota potentem munera. The gifts of great men are unknown to me. Aeneid, 12, 529. Princes give me a great deal, if they take nothing from me, and do me good enough if they do me no harm. That's all I ask from them. Oh, how am I obliged to God, that he has been pleased I should immediately receive from his bounty all I have, and specially reserved all my obligation to himself. How earnestly do I beg of his holy compassion, that I may never owe essential thanks to any one. O happy liberty wherein I have thus far lived! May it continue with me to the last. I endeavour to have no express need of any one. In me omnis spes est mihi. All my hope is in myself. Terence, Adelphoe, 3, 5, 9. 'Tis what every one may do in himself, but more easily they whom God has placed in a condition exempt from natural and urgent necessities. It is a wretched and dangerous thing to depend upon others. We ourselves, in whom is ever the most just and safest dependence, are not sufficiently sure. I have nothing mine but myself, and yet the possession is, in part, defective and borrowed. I fortify myself both in courage, which is the strongest assistant, and also in fortune, therein wherewith to satisfy myself, though everything else should forsake me. Hippias of Elis not only furnished himself with knowledge, that he might, at need, cheerfully retire from all other company to enjoy the Muses, nor only with the knowledge of philosophy, to teach his soul to be contented with itself, and bravely to subsist without outward conveniences, when fate would have it so. He was, moreover, so careful as to learn to cook, to shave himself, to make his own clothes, his own shoes and drawers, to provide for all his necessities in himself, and to wean himself from the assistance of others. A man more freely and cheerfully enjoys borrowed conveniences, when it is not an enjoyment forced and constrained by need, and when he has, in his own will and fortune, the means to live without them. I know myself very well, but 'tis hard for me to imagine any so pure liberality of any one towards me, any so frank and free hospitality, that would not appear to me discreditable, tyrannical, and tainted with reproach, if necessity had reduced me to it. As giving is an ambitious and authoritative quality, so is accepting a quality of submission. Witness the insulting and quarrelsome refusal that Bajazet made of the presents that Tamerlane sent him, and those that were offered on the part of the Emperor Solomon to the Emperor of Calicut so angered him, that he not only rudely rejected them, saying that neither he nor any of his predecessors had ever been wont to take, and that it was their office to give, but moreover caused the ambassadors sent with the gifts to be put into a dungeon. When Thetis, says Aristotle, flatters Jupiter, when the Lacedaemonians flatter the Athenians, they do not put them in mind of the good they have done them, which is always odious, but of the benefits they have received from them. Such as I see so frequently employ every one in their affairs, and thrust themselves into so much obligation, would never do it, did they but relish as I do the sweetness of a pure liberty, and did they but weigh, as wise men should, the burden of obligation. 'Tis sometimes, peradventure, fully paid, but 'tis never dissolved. 'Tis a miserable slavery to a man who loves to be at full liberty in all respects. Such as know me, both above and below me in station, are able to say whether they have ever known a man less importuning, soliciting, entreating, and pressing upon others than I. If I am so, and a degree beyond all modern example, 'tis no great wonder, so many parts of my manners contributing to it: a little natural pride, an impatience at being refused, the moderation of my desires and designs, my incapacity for business, and my most beloved qualities, idleness and freedom. By all these together I have conceived a mortal hatred to being obliged to any other, or by any other than myself. I leave no stone unturned to do without it, rather than employ the bounty of another in any light or important occasion or necessity whatever. My friends strangely trouble me when they ask me to ask a third person; and I think it costs me little less to disengage him who is indebted to me by making use of him, than to engage myself to him who owes me nothing. These conditions being removed, and provided they require of me nothing of any great trouble or care, for I have declared mortal war against all care, I am very ready to do every one the best service I can. I have been very willing to seek occasion to do people a good turn, and to attach them to me; and methinks there is no more agreeable employment for our means. But I have yet more avoided receiving than sought occasions of giving, and moreover, according to Aristotle, it is more easy. My fortune has allowed me but little to do others good withal, and the little it can afford is put into a pretty close hand. Had I been born a great person, I should have been ambitious to have made myself beloved, not to make myself feared or admired. Shall I more plainly express it? I should more have endeavoured to please than to profit others. Cyrus very wisely, and by the mouth of a great captain and still greater philosopher, prefers his bounty and benefits much before his valour and warlike conquests. And the elder Scipio, wherever he would raise himself in esteem, sets a higher value upon his affability and humanity than on his prowess and victories, and has always this glorious saying in his mouth, that he has given his enemies as much occasion to love him as his friends. I will then say, that if a man must of necessity owe something, it ought to be by a more legitimate title than that whereof I am speaking, to which the necessity of this miserable war compels me, and not in so great a debt as that of my total preservation both of life and fortune. It overwhelms me. I have 1,000 times gone to bed in my own house with an apprehension that I should be betrayed and murdered that very night, compounding with fortune, that it might be without terror and with quick dispatch, and after my paternoster I have cried out, impius haec tam culta novalia miles habebit, shall impious soldiers have these new ploughed grounds? Virgil, Eclogues, 1, 71. What remedy? 'Tis the place of my birth, and that of most of my ancestors. They have here fixed their affection and name. We inure ourselves to whatever we are accustomed to, and in so miserable a condition as ours is, custom is a great bounty of nature, which benumbs our senses to the sufferance of many evils. A civil war has this with it worse than other wars have, to make us stand sentinels in our own houses. Quam miserum porta vitam muroque tueri, vixque suae tutum viribus esse domus. 'Tis miserable to protect one's life by doors and walls, and to be scarcely safe in one's own house. Ovid, Tristia, 4, 1, 69. 'tis a grievous extremity for a man to be jostled even in his own house and domestic repose. The country where I live is always the first in arms and the last that lays them down, and where there is never an absolute peace. Tunc quoque cum pax est, trepidant formidine belli, quoties pacem fortuna lacessit, hac iter est bellis. Melius fortuna dedises orbe sub eo sedem, gelidaque sub arcto, erantesque domos. Even when there's peace, there is here still the fear of war when fortune troubles peace. This is ever the way by which war passes. Ovid, Tristia, 3, 10, 67. We might have lived happier in the remote east, or in the icy north, or among the wandering tribes. Lucan, 1, 255. I sometimes extract the means to fortify myself against these considerations from indifference and indolence, which in some sort bring us on to resolution. It often befalls me to imagine and expect mortal dangers with a kind of delight. I stupidly plunge myself headlong into death, without considering or taking a view of it, as into a deep and obscure abyss which swallows me up at one leap, and involves me in an instant in a profound sleep, without any sense of pain. And in these short and violent deaths, the consequence that I foresee administers more consolation to me than the effect does fear. They say that as life is not better for being long, so death is better for being not long. I do not so much evade being dead, as I enter into confidence with dying. I wrap and shroud myself into the storm that is to blind and carry me away with the fury of a sudden and insensible attack. Moreover, if it should fall out that, as some gardeners say, roses and violets spring more odoriferous near garlic and onions, by reason that the last suck and imbibe all the ill odour of the earth; so if these depraved natures should also attract all the malignity of my air and climate, and render it so much better and purer by their vicinity, I should not lose all. That cannot be, but there may be something in this, that goodness is more beautiful and attractive when it is rare, and that contrariety and diversity fortify and consolidate well-doing within itself, and inflame it by the jealousy of opposition and by glory. Thieves and robbers, of their special favour, have no particular spite at me, no more have I to them. I should have my hands too full. Like consciences are lodged under several sorts of robes. Like cruelty, disloyalty, rapine, and so much the worse and more falsely, when the more secure and concealed under colour of the laws. I less hate an open professed injury than one that is treacherous, an enemy in arms than an enemy in a gown. Our fever has seized upon a body that is not much the worse for it. There was fire before, and now 'tis broken out into a flame. The noise is greater, not the evil. I ordinarily answer such as ask me the reason of my travels, that I know very well what I fly from, but not what I seek. if they tell me that there may be as little soundness amongst foreigners, and that their manners are no better than ours, I first reply, that it is hard to be believed. Tam multae scelerum facies. There are so many forms of crime. Virgil, Georgicon, 1, 506. Secondly, that it is always gain to change an ill condition for one that is uncertain, and that the ills of others ought not to afflict us so much as our own. I will not here omit that I never mutiny so much against France, that I am not perfectly friends with Paris. That city has ever had my heart from my infancy, and it has fallen out, as of excellent things, that the more beautiful cities I have seen since, the more the beauty of this still wins upon my affection. I love her for herself, and more in her own native being, than in all the pomp of foreign and acquired embellishments. I love her tenderly, even to her warts and blemishes. I am a Frenchman only through this great city, great in people, great in the felicity of her situation, but above all, great and incomparable in variety and diversity of commodities. The glory of France, and one of the most noble ornaments of the world. May God drive our divisions far from her. Entire and united, I think her sufficiently defended from all other violences. I give her caution that, of all sorts of people, those will be the worst that shall set her in discord. I have no fear for her, but of herself, and certainly I have as much fear for her as for any other part of the kingdom. Whilst she shall continue, I shall never want a retreat where I may stand at bay, sufficient to make me amends for parting with any other retreat. Not because Socrates has said so, but because it is in truth my own humour, and peradventure not without some excess, I look upon all men as my compatriots, and embrace a Polander as a Frenchman, preferring the universal and common tie to all national ties whatever. I am not much taken with the sweetness of a native air. Acquaintance, wholly new and wholly my own, appear to me full as good as the other common and fortuitous ones with our neighbours. Friendships that are purely of our own acquiring ordinarily carry it above those to which the communication of climate or of blood oblige us. Nature has placed us in the world free and unbound. We imprison ourselves in certain straits, like the kings of Persia, who obliged themselves to drink no other water but that of the river Coaspes, foolishly quitted claim to their right in all other streams, and, so far as concerned themselves, dried up all the other rivers of the world. What Socrates did towards his end, to look upon a sentence of banishment as worse than a sentence of death against him, I shall, I think, never be either so decrepid or so strictly habituated to my own country to be of that opinion. These celestial lives have images enough that I embrace more by esteem than affection, and they have some also so elevated and extraordinary that I cannot embrace them so much as by esteem, for as much as I cannot conceive them. That fancy was singular in a man who thought the whole world his city. It is true that he disdained travel, and had hardly ever set his foot out of the Attic territories. What say you to his complaint of the money his friends offered to save his life, and that he refused to come out of prison by the mediation of others, in order not to disobey the laws in a time when they were otherwise so corrupt? These examples are of the first kind for me. Of the second, there are others that I could find out in the same person. Many of these rare examples surpass the force of my action, but some of them, moreover, surpass the force of my judgment. End of section 20. Section 21 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 3, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Vanity, Part 4. Besides these reasons, travel is in my opinion a very profitable exercise. The soul is there continually employed in observing new and unknown things, and I do not know, as I have often said, a better school wherein to model life than by incessantly exposing to it the diversity of so many other lives, fancies, and usances, and by making it relish a perpetual variety of forms of human nature. The body is therein neither idle nor overwrought, and that moderate agitation puts it in breath. I can keep on horseback, tormented with the stone as I am, without alighting or being weary, 8 or 10 hours together. Vires ultra sortemque senectae. Beyond the strength and lot of age. Aeneid, 6, 114. No season is enemy to me but the parching heat of a scorching sun; for the umbrellas made use of in Italy ever since the time of the ancient Romans more burden a man's arm than they relieve his head. I would fain know how it was that the Persians, so long ago and in the infancy of luxury, made ventilators where they wanted them, and planted shades, as Xenophon reports they did. I love rain, and to dabble in the dirt, as well as ducks do. The change of air and climate never touches me. Every sky is alike. I am only troubled with inward alterations which I breed within myself, and those are not so frequent in travel. I am hard to be got out, but being once upon the road, I hold out as well as the best. I take as much pains in little as in great attempts, and am as solicitous to equip myself for a short journey, if but to visit a neighbour, as for the longest voyage. I have learned to travel after the Spanish fashion, and to make but one stage of a great many miles; and in excessive heats I always travel by night, from sunset to sunrise. The other method of baiting by the way, in haste and hurry to gobble up a dinner, is, especially in short days, very inconvenient. My horses perform the better. Never any horse tired under me that was able to hold out the first day's journey. I water them at every brook I meet, and have only a care they have so much way to go before I come to my inn, as will digest the water in their bellies. My unwillingness to rise in a morning gives my servants leisure to dine at their ease before they set out. For my own part, I never eat too late. My appetite comes to me in eating, and not else. I am never hungry but at table. Some of my friends blame me for continuing this travelling humour, being married and old. But they are out in't. 'Tis the best time to leave a man's house, when he has put it into a way of continuing without him, and settled such order as corresponds with its former government. 'Tis much greater imprudence to abandon it to a less faithful housekeeper, and who will be less solicitous to look after your affairs. The most useful and honourable knowledge and employment for the mother of a family is the science of good housewifery. I see some that are covetous indeed, but very few that are good managers. 'Tis the supreme quality of a woman, which a man ought to seek before any other, as the only dowry that must ruin or preserve our houses. Let men say what they will, according to the experience I have learned, I require in married women the economical virtue above all other virtues. I put my wife to't as a concern of her own, leaving her, by my absence, the whole government of my affairs. I see, and am vexed to see, in several families I know, Monsieur about noon come home all jaded and ruffled about his affairs, when Madame is still dressing her hair and tricking up herself, forsooth, in her closet. This is for queens to do, and that's a question too. 'Tis ridiculous and unjust that the laziness of our wives should be maintained with our sweat and labour. No man, so far as in me lie, shall have a clearer, a more quiet and free fruition of his estate than I. If the husband bring matter, nature herself will that the wife find the form. As to the duties of conjugal friendship, that some think to be impaired by these absences, I am quite of another opinion. It is, on the contrary, an intelligence that easily cools by a too frequent and assiduous companionship. Every strange woman appears charming, and we all find by experience that being continually together is not so pleasing as to part for a time and meet again. These interruptions fill me with fresh affection towards my family, and render my house more pleasant to me. Change warms my appetite to the one and then to the other. I know that the arms of friendship are long enough to reach from the one end of the world to the other, and especially this, where there is a continual communication of offices that rouse the obligation and remembrance. The Stoics say that there is so great connection and relation amongst the sages, that he who dines in France nourishes his companion in Egypt, and that whoever does but hold out his finger, in what part of the world soever, all the sages upon the habitable earth feel themselves assisted by it. Fruition and possession principally appertain to the imagination. It more fervently and constantly embraces what it is in quest of, than what we hold in our arms. Cast up your daily amusements, you will find that you are most absent from your friend when he is present with you. His presence relaxes your attention, and gives you liberty to absent yourself at every turn and upon every occasion. When I am away at Rome, I keep and govern my house, and the conveniences I there left, see my walls rise, my trees shoot, and my revenue increase or decrease, very near as well as when I am there. Ante oculos erat domus, erat forma locorum. My house and the forms of places float before my eyes. Ovid, Tristia, 3, 4, 57. If we enjoy nothing but what we touch, we may say farewell to the money in our chests, and to our sons when they are gone a-hunting. We will have them nearer to us. Is the garden, or half a day's journey from home, far? What is 10 leagues, far or near? If near, what is 11, 12, or 13, and so by degrees. In earnest, if there be a woman who can tell her husband what step ends the near, and what step begins the remote, I would advise her to stop between. Excludat Jurgia finis. Utor permisso, caudaeque pilos ut equinae paulatim velo, et demo unum, demo etiam unum, dum cadat elusus ratione ruentis acervi. Let the end shut out all disputes. I use what is permitted. I pluck out the hairs of the horse's tail one by one, while I thus outwit my opponent. Horace, Epistles, 2, 1, 38, 45. And let them boldly call philosophy to their assistance, in whose teeth it may be cast that, seeing it, neither discerns the one nor the other end of the joint, betwixt the too much and the little, the long and the short, the light and the heavy, the near and the remote, that, seeing it, discovers neither the beginning nor the end, it must needs judge very uncertainly of the middle. Rerum natura nullam nobis dedit cognitionem finium. Nature has given to us no knowledge of the end of things. Cicero, Academica, 2, 29. Are they not still wives and friends to the dead, who are not at the end of this, but in the other world? We embrace not only the absent, but those who have been, and those who are not yet. We do not promise in marriage to be continually twisted and linked together, like some little animals that we see, or like the bewitched folks of Carenti, tied together like dogs; and a wife ought not to be so greedily enamoured of her husband's foreparts, that she cannot endure to see him turn his back, if occasion be. But may not this saying of that excellent painter of woman's humours be here introduced, to show the reason of their complaints? Uxor, si cesses, aut te amare cogitat, aut te amari, aut potare, aut animo obsequi, et tibi bene esse soli, cum sibi sit male. Your wife, if you loiter, thinks that you love or are beloved, or that you are drinking, or following your inclination, and that it is well for you when it is ill for her. Terence, Adelphoe, 1, 1, 7. Or may it not be, that of itself opposition and contradiction entertain and nourish them, and that they sufficiently accommodate themselves, provided they incommodate you? In true friendship, wherein I am perfect, I more give myself to my friend than I endeavour to attract him to me. I am not only better pleased in doing him service than if he conferred a benefit upon me, but, moreover, had rather he should do himself good than me, and he most obliges me when he does so. And if absence be either more pleasant or convenient for him, 'tis also more acceptable to me than his presence, neither is it properly absence, when we can write to one another. I have sometimes made good use of our separation from one another, we better filled and further extended the possession of life in being parted. He, La Boissy, lived, enjoyed, and saw for me, and I for him, as fully as if he had himself been there. One part of us remained idle, and we were too much blended in one another when we were together. The distance of place rendered the conjunction of our wills more rich. This insatiable desire of personal presence a little implies weakness in the fruition of souls. As to what concerns age, which is alleged against me, 'tis quite contrary. 'Tis for youth to subject itself to common opinions, and to curb itself to please others. It has wherewithal to please both the people and itself. We have but too much ado to please ourselves alone. As natural conveniences fail, let us supply them with those that are artificial. 'Tis injustice to excuse youth for pursuing its pleasures, and to forbid old men to seek them. When young, I concealed my wanton passions with prudence. Now I am old, I chase away melancholy by debauch. And thus do the Platonic laws forbid men to travel till 40 or 50 years old, so that travel might be more useful and instructive in so mature an age. I should sooner subscribe to the second article of the same laws, which forbids it after 60. But at such an age you will never return from so long a journey. What care I for that? I neither undertake it to return, nor to finish it. My business is only to keep myself in motion whilst motion pleases me. I only walk for the walk's sake. They who run after a benefit or a hare run not. They only run who run at base, and to exercise their running. My design is divisible throughout. It is not grounded upon any great hopes. Every day concludes my expectation, and the journey of my life is carried on after the same manner. And yet I have seen places enough a great way off, where I could have wished to have stayed. And why not, if Chrysippus, Cleanthes, Diogenes, Zeno, Antipater, so many sages of the sourest sect, readily abandoned their country without occasion of complaint, and only for the enjoyment of another air? In earnest, that which most displeases me in all my travels is, that I cannot resolve to settle my abode where I should best like, but that I must always propose to myself to return, to accommodate myself to the common humour. If I feared to die in any other place than that of my birth, if I thought I should die more uneasily remote from my own family, I should hardly go out of France. I should not without fear step out of my parish. I feel death always pinching me by the throat or by the back. But I am otherwise constituted. 'Tis in all places alike to me. Yet might I have my choice, I think I should rather choose to die on horseback than in bed. out of my own house, and far from my own people. There is more heart-breaking than consolation in taking leave of one's friends. I am willing to omit that civility, for that, of all the offices of friendship, is the only one that is unpleasant; and I could, with all my heart, dispense with that great and eternal farewell. If there be any convenience in so many standers by, it brings 100 inconveniences along with it. I have seen many dying miserably, surrounded with all this train. 'Tis a crowd that chokes them. 'Tis against duty, and is a testimony of little kindness and little care, to permit you to die in repose. One torments your eyes, another your ears, another your tongue. You have neither sense nor member that is not worried by them. Your heart is wounded with compassion to hear the mourning of friends, and perhaps with anger to hear the counterfeit condolings of pretenders. Whoever has been delicate and sensitive when well is much more so when ill. In such a necessity, a gentle hand is required, accommodated to his sentiment, to scratch him just in the place where he itches, otherwise scratch him not at all. If we stand in need of a wise woman to bring us into the world, we have much more need of a still wiser man to help us out of it. Such a one, and a friend to boot, a man ought to purchase at any cost for such an occasion. I am not yet arrived to that pitch of disdainful vigour that is fortified in itself, that nothing can assist or disturb. I am of a lower form. I endeavour to hide myself, and to escape from this passage, not by fear, but by art. I do not intend in this act of dying to make proof and show of my constancy. For whom should I do it? All the right and interest I have in reputation will then cease. I content myself with a death involved within itself, quiet, solitary, and all my own, suitable to my retired and private life; quite contrary to the Roman superstition, where a man was looked upon as unhappy who died without speaking, and who had not his nearest relations to close his eyes. I have enough to do to comfort myself, without having to console others, thoughts enough in my head not to need that circumstances should possess me with new, and matter enough to occupy me without borrowing. This affair is out of the part of society; 'tis the act of one single person. Let us live and be merry amongst our friends; let us go repine and die amongst strangers. A man may find those for his money who will shift his pillow and rub his feet, and will trouble him no more than he would have them; who will present to him an indifferent countenance, and suffer him to govern himself, and to complain according to his own method. I wean myself daily by my reason from this childish and inhuman humour, of desiring by our sufferings to move the compassion and mourning of our friends. We stretch our own incommodities beyond their just extent when we extract tears from others; and the constancy which we commend in every one in supporting his adverse fortune, we accuse and reproach in our friends when the evil is our own. We are not satisfied that they should be sensible of our condition only, unless they be moreover afflicted. A man should diffuse joy, but as much as he can smother grief. He who makes himself lamented without reason is a man not to be lamented when there shall be real cause. To be always complaining is the way never to be lamented. By making himself always in so pitiful a taking, he is never commiserated by any. He who makes himself out dead when he is alive is subject to be thought living when he is dying. I have seen some who have taken it ill when they have been told that they looked well and that their pulse was good, restrain their smiles because they betrayed a recovery, and be angry at their health because it was not to be lamented, and, which is a great deal more, these were not women. I describe my infirmities such as they really are at most, and avoid all expressions of evil prognostic and composed exclamations. If not mirth, at least a temperate countenance in the standers by is proper in the presence of a wise sick man. He does not quarrel with health, for, seeing himself in a contrary condition, he is pleased to contemplate it sound and entire in others, and at least to enjoy it for company. He does not, for feeling himself melt away, abandon all living thoughts, nor avoid ordinary discourse. I would study sickness whilst I am well. When it has seized me, it will make its impression real enough without the help of my imagination. We prepare ourselves beforehand for the journeys we undertake, and resolve upon them. We leave the appointment of the hour when to take horse to the company, and in their favour defer it. I find this unexpected advantage in the publication of my manners, that it in some sort serves me for a rule. I have at times some consideration of not betraying the history of my life. This public declaration obliges me to keep my way, and not to give the lie to the image I have drawn of my qualities, commonly less deformed and contradictory than consists with the malignity and infirmity of the judgments of this age. The uniformity and simplicity of my manners produce a face of easy interpretation; but because the fashion is a little new and not in use, it gives too great opportunity to slander. Yet so it is that whoever would fairly assail me, I think I so sufficiently assist his purpose in my known and avowed imperfections, that he may that way satisfy his ill nature without fighting with the wind. If I myself, to anticipate accusation and discovery, confess enough to frustrate his malice as he conceives, 'tis but reason that he makes use of his right of amplification, and to wire draw my vices as far as he can. Attack has its rights beyond justice. And let him make the roots of those errors I have laid open to him shoot up into trees. Let him make his use, not only of those I am really affected with, but also of those that only threaten me; injurious vices, both in quality and number. Let him cudgel me that way. I should willingly follow the example of the philosopher Bion. Antigonus being about to reproach him with the meanness of his birth, he presently cut him short with this declaration: "I am," said he, "the son of a slave, a butcher, and branded, and of a strumpet my father married in the lowest of his fortune. Both of them were whipped for offences they had committed. An orator bought me, when a child, and finding me a pretty and hopeful boy, bred me up, and when he died, left me all his estate, which I have transported into this city of Athens, and here settled myself to the study of philosophy. Let the historians never trouble themselves with inquiring about me, I will tell them about it. A free and generous confession enervates reproach and disarms slander. So it is that one thing with another, I fancy men as often commend as undervalue me beyond reason, as methinks also, from my childhood, in rank and degree of honour, they have given me a place rather above than below my right. I should find myself more at ease in a country where these degrees were either regulated or not regarded. Amongst men, when an altercation about the precedence either of walking or sitting exceeds 3 replies, 'tis reputed uncivil. I never stick at giving or taking place out of rule, to avoid the trouble of such ceremony, and never any man had a mind to go before me, but I permitted him to do it. Besides this profit I make of writing of myself, I have also hoped for this other advantage, that if it should fall out that my humour should please or jump with those of some honest man before I die, he would then desire and seek to be acquainted with me. I have given him a great deal of made way, for all that he could have in many years acquired by close familiarity, he has seen in 3 days in this memorial, and more surely and exactly. A pleasant fancy, many things that I would not confess to any one in particular, I deliver to the public, and send my best friends to a bookseller's shop, there to inform themselves concerning my most secret thoughts. Excutienda damus praecordia. We give our hearts to be examined. Persius 5:22. Did I by good direction know where to seek any one proper for my conversation, I should certainly go a great way to find him out; for the sweetness of suitable and agreeable company cannot, in my opinion, be bought too dear. Oh, what a thing is a true friend! How true is that old saying, that the use of a friend is more pleasing and necessary than the elements of water and fire. To return to my subject, there is, then, no great harm in dying privately and far from home. We conceive ourselves obliged to retire for natural actions, less unseemly and less terrible than this. But, moreover, such as are reduced to spin out a long languishing life, ought not, perhaps, to wish to trouble a great family with their continual miseries. Therefore the Indians, in a certain province, thought it just to knock a man on the head when reduced to such a necessity; and in another of their provinces they all forsook him to shift for himself as well as he could. To whom do they not at last become tedious and insupportable? The ordinary offices of life do not go that length. You teach your best friends to be cruel perforce, hardening wife and children by long use neither to regard nor to lament your sufferings. The groans of the stone are grown so familiar to my people that nobody takes any notice of them; and though we should extract some pleasure from their conversation, which does not always happen by reason of the disparity of conditions, which easily begets contempt or envy toward any one whatever, is it not too much to make abuse of this half a lifetime? the more I should see them constrain themselves out of affection to be serviceable to me, the more I should be sorry for their pains. We have liberty to lean, but not to lay our whole weight upon others, so as to prop ourselves by their ruin. Like him who caused little children's throats to be cut to make use of their blood for the cure of a disease he had, or that other who was continually supplied with tender young girls to keep his old limbs warm in the night, and to mix the sweetness of their breath with his sour and stinking. I should readily advise Venice as a retreat in this decline of life. Decrepitude is a solitary quality. I am sociable, even to excess, yet I think it reasonable that I should now withdraw my troubles from the sight of the world, and keep them to myself. Let me shrink and draw up myself in my own shell, like a tortoise, and learn to see men without hanging upon them. I should endanger them in so slippery a passage. 'Tis time to turn my back to company. But in these travels you will be taken ill in some wretched place where nothing can be had to relieve you. I always carry most things necessary about me, and besides, we cannot evade fortune if she once resolves to attack us. I need nothing extraordinary when I am sick. I will not be beholden to my bolus to do that for me which nature cannot. At the very beginning of my fevers and sicknesses that cast me down, whilst still entire and but little disordered in health, I reconcile myself to Almighty God by the last Christian offices, and find myself by so doing less oppressed and more easy, and have got, methinks, so much the better of my disease. And I have yet less need of a notary or counsellor than of a physician. What I have not settled of my affairs when I was in health, let no one expect I should do it when I am sick. What I will do for the service of death is always done. I durst not so much as one day defer it. And if nothing be done, 'tis as much as to say either that doubt hindered my choice, and sometimes 'tis well chosen not to choose, or that I was positively resolved not to do anything at all. I write my book for few men and for few years. Had it been matter of duration, I should have put it into firmer language. According to the continual variation that ours has been subject to, up to this day, who can expect that its present form should be in use 50 years hence? It slips every day through our fingers, and since I was born, it is altered above one half. We say that it is now perfect, and every age says the same of its own. I shall hardly trust to that, so long as it varies and changes as it does. 'Tis for good and useful writings to rivet it to them, and its reputation will go according to the fortune of our state. For which reason I am not afraid to insert in it several private articles, which will spend their use amongst the men that are now living, and that concern the particular knowledge of some who will see further into them than every common reader. I will not, after all, as I so often hear dead men spoken of, that men should say of me, he judged, he lived so and so, he would have done this or that. Could he have spoken when he was dying, he would have said so or so, and have given this thing or t'other. I knew him better than any. Now, as much as decency permits, I here discover my inclinations and affections, but I do more willingly and freely by word of mouth to any one who desires to be informed. So it is that in these memoirs, if any one observe, he will find that I have either told or designed to tell all. What I cannot express, I point out with my finger. Verum animo satis haec vestigia parva sagaci sunt, per quae possis cognoscere caetera tutte. By these footsteps a sagacious mind may easily find all other matters. Lucretius, 403. I leave nothing to be desired or to be guessed at concerning me. If people must be talking of me, I would have it to be justly and truly. I would come again with all my heart from the other world to give any one the lie who should report me other than I was, though he did it to honour me. I perceive that people represent, even living men, quite another thing than what they really are, and had I not stoutly defended a friend whom I have lost, they would have torn him into 1,000 contrary pieces. End of section 21.